Commissioner, as I said, I had deployed in April 2021. They stay there for the whole financial year. A national commissioner gets appointed in 2022 as a national commissioner. When I'm getting this, when this deployment happens, he is now a national commissioner at the time. So this team had worked there. So they were, however, they were rotating in that place, but they were not talking to the district commissioner. They were not talking to me. So I had no clue what they were doing. The district commissioner had no clue what they were doing because we are divided into 11 districts. So I had someone who's managing the district. When this incident of the prison happened, the regional commissioner of correctional services woke me up with a phone call at night, and his question was, colleague, we are in the same security cluster. We are arresting one of my senior managers, and you don't even inform me. That courtesy, not that it's a must. So I was surprised. I said, but what are you talking about? I don't know any senior manager being arrested. He said, no, but the acting head of the facility at Mpangeni has been arrested. Because I did not know anything, I contacted the district commissioner, Major Jaron Gubane. Major Jaron Gubane did not have a clue of what's going on. Because he even said, I don't know what those members are doing if there's anything done by the RPM team, because I don't know. So he contacted the police station at Mpangeni, and he discovered that indeed there are these members from the head office that are. Major Jaron Gubane did not have a clue of what's going on. Because he even said, I don't know what those members are doing if there's anything done by the RPM team, because I don't know. So he contacted the police station at Mpangeni, and he discovered that indeed there are these members from the head office that are sitting in KZN, deployed for RPM, that are at the police station with the intention to detain the acting head of the center.
This is Kalagabusha, as you said.
Yes. I have the contact details of one of the NIU members that is with that team, Captain Guna. So I phoned her. I think she was the only lady in that team. So I phoned her because I don't know the others. I know that she's. So when I called her, I said, but are you part of this operation? She said, yeah, no. They called me, I said, I must come because apparently there's a lady in there, so I must join them in case we have to search and the likes. So I asked her, what was happening? She said, I can't explain. I don't even know where the background of this operation, but the commander is Colonel Matthias, you can explain. So she gave the phone to the colonel that was in charge of the operation. And Matthias is, I think, from Gauteng, somewhere in Johannesburg. So then the colonel explained to me what was happening. He said they received the information about the drugs at this house, inside the facility. The correctional center has got one main gate with the compound. You have a facility for correctional service where you have another access into. That's where the detained inmates are sitting. And then you have the office block, and then you have a residential area. But it's all in one area. So the question first I asked this colonel was, Colonel, you are arresting this acting prison head. What is the charge? Then he says to me, it's the possession of drugs and ammunition. Illegal possession of ammunition as well as illicit substance, which is drugs. So the first question was, how much of the quantity are we talking about here? They said, no, it's a handful. Not many, just capsules. So the first question was, do you know if it's drugs or not? Did you test it? And he said, no, I have not tested it. He said, but you're going to put a charge on our register that is drugs. When it comes back for a forensic and it's proven that it's not drugs, what are you going to do? That was first a problem. The second was, before you did all this work, did you have a search warrant? And he said, no, we did not have a search warrant. I said, okay, it's fine, never mind. You've conducted a search without a search warrant. Where did you find this thing? Or explain to me what happened. He said, no, we arrived in the place, we're told there are drugs inside the house, we entered the house, and we searched the entire house inside. We didn't find anything. And we took this acting head of corrections, and we told her that she must go with us to the garage outside. And when they were walking to the garage, there was a dustbin
Is this the garage of this same house?
Yeah, it's a garage, but it's not attached to the house. It's sitting on this. We have to get out of the house to get to the garage. So they wanted to go and search in the garage.
And the dustbin, where exactly was
The
it?
dustbin is in that yard, but yeah,
Same
somewhere between the
premises?
garage and the house.
Same premises?
Same premises.
The acting head's premises?
Yes. So then they decided to stop at the dustbin. They searched the dustbin. Inside the dustbin, that's where they found the few rounds of ammunition as well as those handsful of pills. And they decided to arrest her for that. So the question was, number one, do you know that she's the only one that has access to the dustbin, since the dustbin, you are saying, it's within the facility of correctional service? For you to get into the dustbin, is there any obstacle? Is there any fence, high wall fence or gate or whatever that gets access? So he said, no, it's easy for you. There's a fence, but it's low. You can just jump over and get to the dustbin because it's within the compound. Yes, she's responsible for that place because it's allocated to her, but the person who empties the dustbin, it's a correctional people. She doesn't take the dustbin to the road. They just come in and take a dustbin and go and empty it and come back. They come in and cut the grass, and of course it's within the facility. So she's not responsible for that maintenance per se. It's done by the correctional service. So I said, but Colonel, that means the likelihood is that many people had access to the dustbin. So the least you must do is to get forensic, because you did not invite forensic to that dustbin. Get forensic services to come there and do a touch DNA in the dustbin. So you can eliminate the people that touched it. Collect the DNA so you can be able to know who had access to this dustbin. Same with the container or plastic, whatever that is carrying these drugs and ammunition you're talking about. Do a touch DNA so you can be able to know exactly who handled this thing. Then you can confirm if it's her or it's someone else. So my recommendation is that as a police officer, you have a responsibility to decide. But my recommendation is make an OB entry of what transpired, call forensic people to come to this house and do the touch DNA where you collected this, and the crime scene management.
Would that still have worked at that stage? I imagine even their own hands now have...
They can be eliminated.
Isn't there contamination?
But that can be eliminated because it happens when you come in to do the job, the police would be there, their hands would be there. But when you do touch DNA, you're able to say who was here. Then you can eliminate that these are family members in this house and these police officers, and you can find a foreign DNA that was not supposed to be there, that could not be counted for, then you can be able to confirm. So if they will have done that, and every DNA that is there is for police officers and hers, then the police officer will have the right to say, beside us that came here, you are the only one that accessed. So therefore, it is yours. She can't deny it because she'll be the only one that access to that place. But the moment they find another DNA, that means they need to eliminate, they must then do further investigation to establish who had access to that place. So that is my advice to this colonel. I said, make an entry. Ask forensic to go and do it, that crime scene management on that DNA, on that dustbin. Take these exhibits that you received, because you don't know whether these are genuine drugs, and if it's drugs, what type of a drug it is. Send these pills to forensic so they can test them. Take this ammunition, is clear, you can see it's ammunition. Obviously, you might not know really where it comes from. That one you know, it's illegal. It's ammunition, it's illegal. You can't change it. But what we need to confirm now, whether is she the one to blame or not? Or is someone else that placed the ammunition there? And that's exactly what the colonel did. He made this OP entry, and those items were booked in the register, and they will have been sent to forensic. I don't know whether the forensic people were invited to come to the crime scene, but this is where they ended with that. Because I had said the magistrates inquiry. Fast forward to that, Commissioner.
I have not read the OB entry, but does it contain this narrative or not necessarily?
Yes, it does, Commissioner. It says it is not clear here.
Yeah,
you want me to read it on record?
That's why I did not read it. It's not that legible, yes.
Yeah, do you want me to read it on the record, sir?
No.
Because
We'll,
I have it on my
We'll
phone.
ask the evidence leaders to share a legible copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
We shall do so, the Chair, thank you.
So, so as I said, Commissioner, the attached letter had supposed to have been signed, because it looks like the author was the same Colonel. The letter was addressed to me, explaining exactly what he did, which was my directive. He was writing it to me, but he never signed it and I never received it. And the OP entry, the entry it was made is as per my directive. So both of those were, they were talking the same thing that I had directed that must happen. But that is what basically it's contained. So my biggest complaint that I had.
Before you go to that complaint, so on your understanding, the charge that Mr. Mogotsi was warning you about, is it your understanding that it related to your, let me loosely call it, intervention?
Interference, basically, that's what the defeating came from.
The ends of justice. Yes. So on your understanding, is that what it related to?
Yeah, that's the only thing, Commissioner. So I explained all these things, Commissioner. That's why the message is this long. Because I felt that I must also express my opinion about this team. That they ended up doing something that is not in their mandate. They came here for RPM. And they're police officers, so when they get information, they must act on it. But after acting on it, they must follow the law. They cannot just jump and do something. So it mustn't be that they are sent to go and arrest a person, plant in evidence and arrest a person because maybe someone wants to deal with that person. It might as well be a correct information they received, that there are indeed drugs in there. But by the time they arrive there, those drugs might have been moved. So physical search of the drugs, you don't find them. But if you bring forensic to come and see whether there were drugs, they've got lights, they've got many things that can verify that there was something here that was moved. So that's what they could have done, and they didn't do that. So that's what I was advising them on, that the information might be correct, but you did not get what you're looking for. Hence, in the last paragraph of this annexure, if I read it on the record, as I'm communicating to someone that already said, is close to the minister, confirmed by the CFO, the Chief of Staff, and I wrote here, the minister will learn the truth one day about that team which have been complaining that I make them conduct crime-fighting operations which are outside their mandate. Although when they want, they do such duties, e.g. this one which was carried out without my knowledge. So basically, I was trying to communicate to the minister via this Mogotsi, that there was this deployment at RPM that as a provincial commissioner, I don't know about it. I was not consulted. I'm not controlling. The district commissioner doesn't control. They report straight to the head office. I wonder whose interest is saving. And the complaint was the presidency complained. That's why we must now deploy. But the National Commission maybe can explain that in details, because to date, I do not know what was the reason. And there was an intervention thereafter. I must say I was paraded by business people in that area complaining, why am I prioritizing RPM over them? And I told them straight, I don't know anything about RPM. They must get the minister to come there. Minister Cele at the time, so the minister came, the National Commission came, so we said, and there was a discussion that we need to reconfigure this and make it big and let it be under my command and it serve everyone else. So from that time, then it became my operation. But Commissioner, as I said, I was going to explain this thing later. In my statement is there. Maybe by the time we get there, we don't have to repeat it again because we've already spoken about it. Commissioner, the communication continued, as you can see here. Remember, he had sent me a lot of messages. I was responding on the first one about the case, but he had already sent me screenshots of crime intelligence briefing and the likes. And after responding to the one of the case, I then went to respond on the one which is on 318, the very first message. I was responding to the story now about the divisional commissioner where he was saying I must just check my standing with him that yesterday he pushed a narrative about me on the CITs. So I responded.
Negative.
Yeah, negative.
Negative narrative.
Yeah, negative narrative. So I then responded that by asking him a question. And I read, what did he say about me? That's what I asked Mogotsi. Because surely Mogotsi was in that meeting. So I'm asking him, what did he say about me? I will expect Mogotsi was to respond to me directly about what did Khumalo exactly say about me, because if he was part of the meeting, you'll know the details. And his response, he responded to my previous issue of the defeating case on that long message, and he responded to that. He says, the minister is briefed. He has just arrived in Lusikisiki. This message is sent at 9:28 in the morning, on the same date that I spoke about, which is
the tense there is a bit sorry, General. I'm saying the tense there, the minister is brief, is a bit confusing. So I do not know whether he means that the minister, having arrived at Lusikisiki, he was now getting a briefing on what he had gone there for, or whether he meant that he had briefed the minister on your explanation about the Mpangeni case. I find this very confusing. You did not write it. Maybe you won't be in a position to shed light on it, but what was your understanding of it?
Commissioner, when you write on WhatsApp, a person sends you a WhatsApp. If you are responding to that WhatsApp, you click on that WhatsApp and you press reply. So it catches the top part of the original WhatsApp when you are typing.
Yes.
So when you read this, I want you to see the one that is not bright, that is on top.
No, yeah, I follow
So
that.
he was responding.
Yes, I actually do see the opener to your explanation.
Exactly. So he was responding to that.
I do see that he was responding to that. But what I'm saying is, when he says the minister is briefed, I don't know whether he means that he had since briefed the minister about or on your explanation.
Yes, Commissioner, we are only talking about what transpired, hence my last paragraph that says the minister will learn the truth.
Yes.
He's responding to that the minister is briefed. So I assume that the minister knows about what we're talking about. Okay. So he then follows that with another message, which I had sent at 9:26. He responded 9:29 when I asked him about the Khumalo story.
Thank you. Commissioner Baloyi is saying you, or the people doing this or running this for you, show some exhibits, but they do not show others. And maybe if there could be some consistency, are we showing or are we not showing?
Oh, quite appreciate it. It's a valid point. And perhaps I should warn us not to get as shocked as we did first time around, in case the technology gets the better of us. But we will try and project. We don't expect to be.
Yeah, we are at 318.
Yes.
Oh, sorry about this. Sorry about this. we may continue. Thank you.
Before we do, Chair, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Khumalo had indicated to us that it's the General's long response that he wanted perhaps projected before you move off this. It won't fit on the screen what you have, Commissioners. If you look at your version, it goes up to subs, so the last paragraph doesn't fit on the screen, so it's been up for some time, so we'll scroll down, and that last paragraph is the last paragraph of the message. Then we have caught up with your conversation with the General. Thank you, Chair.
Then we go on to 318.
Then we go on to 318.
You've gone past.
Unfortunately, we are working on the scrambled ones electronically as they were yesterday. Our files have updated, but not the electronic version.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately. Now, your 318 as it currently stands was not part of the original annexure, which is the electronic version.
Okay.
So we will stop projecting at this point. Otherwise, it only serves to confuse.
Perhaps Commissioner can guide them to say, go to the one that starts with the message, what did he say about me? So you're able to follow. It's the first message.
No, General, that's,
you
the,
don't have
that's the
the-
end of the annex,
In
the
the,
old annexure,
in the
yes.
interest of time,
Absolutely.
maybe let's project where we can project properly. Let's leave
Okay.
it. Yeah.
I think that this is the last of the series in this annexure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, if I may continue then, the message that he had sent, which I said earlier, the minister is briefed, he has just arrived in Lusikisiki. The minister on the day was visiting the incident that happened in Lusikisiki where many people were killed. So this was just another confirmation that this man knows exactly about the minister's movement. So he's either with him or he's informed about the minister's movement. That's why he can write messages like this. This was again to confirm that I have to trust that he's a person who's close to the minister. And when he responded to the message I sent him earlier of what did Khumalo say about me, his response was, Gen, which means general in abbreviation, Gen, this must be in your chest. So which means he wanted me to keep this secret. And I'm wondering now, why is he telling me if he doesn't want this thing to go public? And then my response, of course, because I wanted him to get me information, I said, trust me on this one. And then he wrote a message, which followed at the bottom of 318, which reads, I'm going to read it on the record. You are having your interest, and that maybe you are having your own cattle. You don't listen to the CI, that is crime intelligence. Then Masimula intercepted him. So, which means General Masimula was in that meeting as well. Also spoke about your provincial crime intelligence member. Remember, he is retiring. I think there's message missing there. He's retiring next month. And if we move to 319.
Can you please, in your own words, explain what the first part of this text means, starting from you are having right up to intercepted him? It's rather cryptic.
At the time, my understanding is that he's telling me that what was discussed in a meeting, which he sent me a screenshot on, the one that talks about crime intelligence policies, they were discussing me, about me not wanting to cooperate and working well with the head of crime intelligence in KZN. So that was my conclusion, that he was saying that I don't want to cooperate with them on information that they are giving me. I don't want to operationalize such an information. And that's why he even knows that the head of crime intelligence in KZN is going on retirement. So this is a person who knows everything about the police, even knows when is a person retiring.
Thank you. You may continue.
So and then the following message on the next page, 319, I then asked him that, please get me that presentation if there is one to confirm, or otherwise if there is any recordings. Because I wanted to get a proof that what was this presentation about that he has access to that I don't know. The response from him, what made me start connecting the dots. Remember we spoke about investigation and pictures starting to emerge. His response was nothing. General Khan will brief you next week. Now, Commissioner, I want to put on the record that I only know one General Khan within crime intelligence. He's a Major General Khan that was on the news not long ago. Some of the colleagues will know about the attendance of the EFF celebration last year, as well as the case that was alleged that Khan was involved in stopping the police when they were busy with the drug operation at Eratin in Johannesburg. When he sent me this, I then concluded that means General Khan is in that meeting. It is General Khan most likely that is feeding him with the information. That was my conclusion. Why would he choose General Khan to brief me if I ask for a presentation? But again, I don't have proof of it. It is him that is writing this message. But I guess with the investigation, we're going to see linkages about all these people within the police. And my response was, sure. And then he sent another one to say back in Joburg, and after that followed by phone calls, and there's many other communication that followed thereafter. I don't have to read all of them, Commissioners, as you can see that are following on those attachments. And as I said, General Khan has been on the news. He's a component head within crime intelligence. General Khan, when he sends me this message, General Khan was appointed, his post that he's occupying as a component head at crime intelligence is an operational intelligence support within crime intelligence. But he was appointed acting as a component head of counter and security intelligence. When Khumalo arrived at crime intelligence, that was a position that General Khan was acting on. So Khumalo, I understand, he had moved him back into his old position. Counterintelligence, if I can indicate, Commissioner, is that the vetting is done at counterintelligence. Majority of operations like this drug cartel operation that is holding counterintelligence investigation, it's conducted in that office. So meaning it's a person who, it's an office that really is in the heart of intelligence operations. General Khan was acting there. General Khan has since been moved back into his technical support. I'm not saying that General Khan is involved in these leakages of information to the members of parliament and to the other people, but what is interesting is that almost everything that we see happening in parliament, in the media, comes from that component of crime intelligence. And this is where the real fight comes from. The operation of Gauteng counterintelligence that involves this drug cartel is in that component. So, and this is Mogotsi that introduces Khan to me. I said, Commissioners, I'm going to reflect to what happened in 2011, late on my statements. Crime intelligence, modus operandi back then, and players that were involved back then with the looting on the man and irregularities, they still exist at crime intelligence today, and some of them are occupying high position. So there has no reforms that has been implemented at crime intelligence. That's why it's no surprise when you start seeing things coming out. Like I said on record, I did not say that General Khan has leaked any information. It is Mogotsi that introduces Khan. I only know of one Khan at crime intelligence. So perhaps as we investigate further, we'll be able to see whether there's any leakages between these people. That information that is supposed to be within the confines of those four walls where the meeting was taking place ended up with Mogotsi. Commissioners, as I've outlined a lot of communications here with Mogotsi, If I can move faster, if you allow me, SC, on my statement, because I think a lot of things that we have spoken about here.
I think, General, you are now at 320.2. That would be the last page on this, of this annex.
I beg your pardon?
Page 320.2. Maybe.
Oh, no, I'm just talking, I'm going on my statement, trying to align myself with what is on
You
statement.
have covered your statement, that portion of your statement in its entirety, because of the conversation you were having with the chair, taking him through the various pieces of communication. I was just pointing out, with Mr. Mogotsi, I was pointing out that the only page of that annexure you haven't dealt with is page 320.2. And then you'll have caught up with what you have in your statement.
General, before you go where the evidence leader is directing you, at page 320, that extract of your communication with Mr. Mogotsi, there's where, right at the top where it's Brown Mogotsi, and I assume the message there is from him, "Good day, General, met with a complainant." Did you ever come to know who was the complainant? And what was the complaint?
I did not know who the complainant is, Commissioner. You'll notice that there will be messages and phone calls that he would be making to me, which will be very short in seconds, but I never really got to know who the person is. The only person that I could relate to in his entire conversation I'm having with him is Gerald Khan. That seems to be the contact person with him.
And the complaint would have been what? The defeating?
Even that, it
Justice.
did not explain to me who's planning this defeating. It did not say, it didn't say anything. I must maybe retract back. I'm going to maybe some reflection later, as we maybe close the day or somewhere in between. We're going to present a slide where we're not necessarily going to be talking too much on it, but we're going to just reflect on some things. And part of the system of protecting the drug squad, media plays part. Let me rephrase. Journalists within media houses, they are part of this in pushing certain narrative. Why I say this is because a very well-known veteran, Mzilikazi of Africa, had contacted me almost immediately after this incident happened of Impangeni. It happened beginning of the year last year. I think a month or so, he contacted me. He can come here and confirm that. He contacted me, said, "Gerald, I'm hearing that you interfered with the police operation. And what is going on?" So I explained to him the details of what transpired. He understood. Then he said, "Okay, well, there's some stories and there's nothing wrong." So he did not publish that. Later in the year, which I suppose maybe this is why Mogotsi is coming to me with this, is that first General Cele calls me, he's a former minister. He calls me and he says, the Premier of Gauteng have approached him to go and work in Gauteng to help him fight crime in Gauteng. Therefore, he needs General Khumalo, who's a district commissioner and ex-task force commander in KZN, to come and work with him in Gauteng. And I find it strange because I think he called 2 or 3 times. While I was in a meeting, I kept giving the phone to one brigadier who was with me in the meeting. And after that, I had a conversation with Gerald Cele, and then he pleaded with me to release this general to come to Gauteng. And my surprise was, but when Gerald Cele was in the police, he did not like that general, Khumalo. He didn't like him at all. So why now that he's out of the police, he trusts Khumalo to come and work with him in Gauteng? It was just strange. And I turned to my colleague, Jaron Hua, who was with me in a meeting. This was in Durban. Jaron Hua works at the head office from HR. So I turned to her and said, but I received a strange call here. Gerald Cele is asking me to approach Khumalo, who's a district commissioner in Zululand, to come and work with him in Gauteng, meaning he must resign from the police and go and work in Gauteng with him for 5 years, then he'll come back into the police, which was very odd. And Gerald Hua was also confused. He said, but as far as I know, Cele didn't like Khumalo. And he made all of us at the head office to believe that Khumalo is a bad person. Why will he now suddenly want Khumalo to work with him? So it was just a strange call. I then contacted Gerald Khumalo. He's a Major General. I phoned Gerald Khumalo and said, Gerald Khumalo, this is a request I received from Gerald Cele. Gerald Khumalo just laughed and he said, oh, well, don't worry, the general is not serious about that. So I asked him, what do you mean? He said, no, he's not serious. He wants me to back off on the case against Khan, General Khan from Crime Intelligence. So Cele is pursuing Khumalo to resign from the police so that he can stay away from the disciplinary case because he was appointed to deal with that case departmentally against General Khan. So Khumalo says, no, this is the approach of Cele to want me to back off. And that got me so upset, commissioners, that can really General Cele go to the extent of wanting a person to resign from the service because he wants to protect someone? It was very strange. I did not talk to General Cele from the day. I did not talk to him. I was very upset. It disappointed me as a person who's a former minister in the police. I was just upset. Fast forward, commissioners, the police have got two disciplinary processes. It's what's called expeditious, and the other one's a normal disciplinary process. Expeditious, you basically, in short, I could say, we're already saying to you, you are guilty of an offense. Come before a presiding officer to explain why you say you're not guilty, in a way. But in a normal process, the employer must present the allegations, and you have a chance to cross-examine witnesses and argue a case. And then you have a presiding officer that must decide. So the initial disciplinary procedure that was initiated for Gerald Khan on that interference with the drug in Johannesburg was that of an expeditious process. So Khumalo was then appointed as a person who's going to preside over that. And Major Gerald Khan approached the court granted, they overturned that and they say, no, we must go to a normal disciplinary hearing where he has a right to be represented and bring witnesses and question the witnesses and so forth. And therefore, there must be presiding officer appointed. Then Gerald Khumalo, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, approached me and he asked me to be a presiding officer. I then agreed. Shortly after agreeing to be presiding officer, not long after that, I started getting this communication from Mr. Mogotsi. But at that time, I'm not understanding as to what this communication, what is the background of this communication. But he started communicating these things to me. That's why he throws Gerald Khan's name in it. And later, I think, I cannot remember exact date, I think it will have been the beginning of the year, I received an inquiry. Actually, I received a phone call from the very same journalist, Mzilazo Africa. His call was, you remember the story I asked you about of what happened in Bangin? I said, yes. He said, but my colleague has just approached me, confronted me about that story and is asking him, why didn't he publish the story? And he said, no, but there was no story there. I listened to this thing and it just didn't make sense. Somebody is trying to peddle and frame Gerald Mkhwanazi for nothing, so I didn't publish this. And in his own words to me, Mzilazo Africa was, this colleague of his says to him, now I'm forced to publish the story. And Mzilazo found it strange, so he called me first. He said, hey, who did you upset somewhere in the police? Then I said, no, I don't know anything. They said, but is anything happening in the police that will lead people to want to publish this thing that is a year later, so old, they'd want to publish? Then I said, well, the only thing I know is that I'm going to be presiding over a disciplinary case. So he asked me, whose disciplinary case is that? I told him it's for Gerald Khan. He said, oh, no, now I connect the dots. Because my colleague and Gerald Khan are close. It could be coming from there. That is his words. Mzilikazi will come here and say that. But I told him that I'm going to talk about this. He said, no, if he's called here, he will come and talk about it. I know who the colleague is. I'm not going to say it in public. He will perhaps, if you want to divulge that, he will. That's why I'm saying there are players within the media houses that are part of. So shortly after that, I received a message from the very same colleague of Mzilikazi. He sent me a question about the same incident. I gave him a full explanation as I did here to Bran Mogotsi. A full explanation. A logic journalist will have understood and said, okay, well, this is just a malicious thing, and don't publish that. But that finds itself to the newspaper on a Sunday. Commissioners, it is fair, that's why I like the investigative journalists. I think they're credible because they investigate first before they talk. I like the ones on TV behind cameras because they give it as is. The others that will just get information from others and write it becomes question marks, which what happened to this one.
And which Sunday publication was there?
I know the name of the journalist. I cannot remember exactly the Sunday, the paper. I don't want to, I might end up being sued if I mention the wrong name here. But I know the name of the journalist, so I can give you the name of the journalist.
You said you are not divulging it.
Yeah,
right,
I'll give you the name of the journalist, you'll write, and you'll see the trend throughout, up to now. It's the same journalist that is part of the squad. Well, there are others that are linked with him, but he's the main one. So the story goes out, commissioners, to the newspaper. It's an allegation that was made by Mogotsi, that someone wants to open a case against me. Now, in the newspaper is my full picture there, and the big heading, allegations against Shadrack Mkhwanazi defeating, and they write a story of what happened. They, of course, write my response. So, but the problem is, it is my face there, not the complainant. It's my face that is there. The heading creates question marks about my integrity as a person, as a senior officer in the province. They put my full response on the paper. So a person who reads the paper will get to understand the context of this heading and the story. They will be fine with it. But for you to get into a newspaper, must subscribe, must pay money. Some of us don't necessarily subscribe to papers. But there is social media that is free. Now, on the social media, they take the heading because you are limited on what you write in there. They take the heading of allegations that Shadrack Mkhwanazi is accused of defeating end of justice against a drug dealer at Kalagabusha. And that goes into their media account, social media account. And that which spreads like wildfire because people access it easy. Remember, they don't have a privilege of reading the full report that is on the paper. They are just taking it from this headline. And the picture is painted. The Mkhwanazi is a bad person. And they're achieving what they want. So I took it as a pressure for me to back off from the case that I was going to preside over of Shadrack Khan. How do I prove that? Is because Shadrack Khan's lawyers, they even wrote to me on emails and said, there's these things about you on the media, so we are in doubt of your independence in dealing with Khan. They wrote to me that, and that's what they said. I deducted that, oh, the pressure was for me to back off on this disciplinary case. So what Kumalo told me that they were wanting him to resign because they wanted him to back off, why will they go all out to try and get us to back off on the case against Shadrack Khan? I'm an independent person. Yes, I know Shadrack Kumalo is my colleague, but I'm not going to go and go with what Kumalo might want to do. Mine is to follow the policy and the law. So we arrive in a
So you simply respond to the journalist's questions, and you did not engage the journalist on what Mr. Africa had said, which was that saying they were under-published the story. The journalist on that.
No, I didn't engage a journalist, Commissioner. I only gave a full response on the question he asked me. Gave a full response. He took that response. But the problem is, my photo and everything is there. So the damage is going to be there either way. Whether I'm responding, but my face is already on the paper. On their media account, social media account, that shot is the one that is trending, not the ones that I provided. So, which means they achieve what they wanted, paying me a bad person. And you can Google, you'll find me protecting criminals. It's there,
and
which
those,
pains.
those captions usually attract me to stories but when I scroll down, I can't read because it requires that I be a subscriber.
Subscribe.
Which most of the time I'm not.
The same as me, Commissioner, majority of the people in the country, they don't necessarily subscribe to papers, but they rely on that first cap. They put a full story when it's old, then you can read it without having to pay. But it's all news by then. And I could see that the whole idea was just, let's tarnish this man's image. And that's all. So that's what they did. They created the doubt. So fast forward, the disciplinary case comes, and I believe I was fair to Gerald Khan. Despite the allegations that came from, I still protected his rights. I allowed him to bring his lawyers in there. I sat and I listened to the evidence. The very same Gerald Kumalo that was asked to resign was representing the employer. Gerald Khan had his legal team, and there were witnesses that were brought to come and testify. I could not find a single wrong that Gerald Khan has done. In actual fact, I even said there in my own words that the SAPS owes Gerald Khan for what he did, because Gerald Khan stopped police officers that came to the head of traffic Gauteng. They came to collect a consignment of drugs from the truck. The truck, Eminston, and they wanted to get drugs from there. And the people that are owning the truck company, they said, no, you're not going to search this truck from here, follow it to the final destination, what is in Eratin, which is a... So 2 police officers, Johannesburg traffic, and they followed the truck until it arrived at Eratin, and they were accompanied by members who traveled all the way there. 1 from organized crime, 2 from the dog unit. And they all said they were coming to search the truck. And they actually offloaded the consignment from the truck, which was drugs in bags. They took this thing and they... Luckily, the lady that worked in that company contacted 10111. 10111 called Boysen police station. Boysen vehicle came there, and then there was a police when they discovered that these policemen who says they're already removing this consignment from the truck, they're loading it in the police bag. So these policemen asked, but this is a crime scene. Why are you taking this thing from here to here? If you're saying, open the bags, how do you know? If it is drugs indeed, why do you load them in the bag? And this one said, no, we're taking them to Zongezi. And this one said, but Poison area. Why do you take this thing to Zongezi? It's found here. Get LCRC and everyone to deal with it. And there was a conflict between police and that police member who was present took the vehicle, police vehicle, police car. He blocked it so they to phone General Khan and say there are members that claim to be from crime intelligence, they come and intervene. So he arrived almost 2 hours later, and he put a stop from these drugs to be stolen. He phoned DPCI intelligence, they came and took over the scene and he left. But it was then strange as to how do you blame Khan for that? Because he stopped the people that wanted to steal drugs. He stopped it. So he was in a good space at the time, so I couldn't fault him. It doesn't take away the fact that Mogotsi says Khan will brief me about secret information that was discussed in the presentation. So while I'm having this belief that leaking of the information in there, perhaps according to Mogotsi, but on the disciplinary part where Khan was accused of drugs, he did not do anything wrong. So if I had that bad intention against Khan, I would have dismissed him. But I did not, because I gave him fair disciplinary hearing, of which you can, I treated him fair. Commissioners, that was the last time the media started writing about, confirmed that, oh, my being in the media so bad, it was because of the anticipation that this is what I was going to do. And in actual fact, after that, I even received a mail from Honorable Adams in Parliament who said, no, you good cop, you did well. Which I find strange. But nonetheless, we proceed with the presentation, Commissioner. I don't want to reflecting to some things that we're dealing with, bring you closer to together and the picture that we're trying to paint.
General, before you move on, I think Commissioner Khumalo would like to pose a question to you.
Thank you, Bheki Cele. General, for my benefit, paragraph 197 of your statement. Because MK, you and Mr. Mogotsi starting from the 30th of September to the 2nd of October 2020. I'm just trying to establish when that conversation with Mr. Nkabinde happened and what was the nature of the conversation.
Okay, commissioners, I might have placed this paragraph like this, but Brown contacts me and he tells me about him with the minister and all that. Immediately, that day, I called Nkabinde. This is last, in September, somewhere about October. That's when I phoned Nkabinde to ask. And Nkabinde said, no, Brown is a friend of the minister, but is not employed in the department. Because I will assume if he's employed, there is an advisor of the minister, legal, and Nkabinde will have records. But Nkabinde said, no, no, he's not employed in the police, but he's close to the minister. So, actually asked Nkabinde to send me Brown's number. He did send me the number to confirm it's the same number that I have. That's why I went to verify that is it registered under Brown's name.
So you say you also got the same number from the minister's chief of staff?
That's exactly. The chief of staff gave me the same number. So,
General, if I may, because the commissioner has led you to that point, that would have completed MK7. But if I can ask us to take a step back for the sake of completeness and deal with the last piece of MK17, that communication between and Mr. Mogotsi, and I take it that perhaps might just take us to tea, so when we come back, then we progress his statement, and technically that's 99. Just to, General, you had dealt with what's on now. Yes, where you missed call. Do you see at the bottom 320 with a missed call and a start of Kong? Congratulations, you are going to a safe country or something, or to save the country. Over, we are now at page 320.2. That would be the next page. And that badly captured message at the bottom of the previous page is what's at the top. Starting with it's a missed voice call first, then the message, congratulations, you are going to save this country. Have you found your place? Okay. Then you can talk to this particular slide, and that will be the end of MK17.
thank you so much, Commissioners. Commissioner, I had, from time to time, this Mr. Brown Mogotsi will communicate with me. I might just apologize. I think maybe there might be one page missing again on the attachment. As he's going to kill me now. That's why I'm asking for my phone. I don't know how it got missed. But
May I suggest then, is it a page that precedes 320?
no, it's after. It's after. Yeah, because the last conversation that I had with Brown was on the 3rd of July, 3 days before I went public.
Okay, can I suggest then we deal with 320.2, which is what we currently have on our record?
Yeah.
Then you will speak to the one that you say is missing, provide us, and we'll once again update your files. We hope that will then complete the picture. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, as you'll see, the last part of 3201, where the message was sent on the 10th of April, 2025, this year. at 17:13 in the afternoon, and Brown sent me a message saying, and I responded by saying, yes, sir. Towards the end of the page, yes, sir. And then he tried to call me. And the next message starts there, but it follows to the next page. I think it's written better on the second page, where he says, congratulations, you are going to save this country. And I asked him, how so? And I immediately asked, Commissioner, you will recall that on the 5th of March, I had appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Police, where I narrated the relationship between Brown and the minister, that the minister has denied knowing Brown, and on record, if you so we access the YouTube and go to Parliament, the Portfolio, and that recording, if you get it on YouTube, is at 4 hours, 26 minutes, where my presentation comes in towards the end of that sitting of the Portfolio Committee. I think I spoke for plus minus 30 minutes plus there. So where I explain not only the issue of Brown Mogotsi, but the wrong things that are happening in the organization, where I even made reference to me reliving the experience of 11. I presented it there before this Portfolio Committee. Now, I assume Portfolio Committee in Parliament are responsible for sharing this information with the Speaker, and the members of Parliament then must interrogate that. But unfortunately, that was the first and the last time I engaged the Portfolio Committee on these matters of this serious interest. I'm aware they invited me to come back and talk to them. Maybe we'll engage with them when you get there, because I already presented something to them, and I must go back again and repeat the same thing. But nonetheless, the minister had denied knowing this person, which later the minister had confirmed to know the person. Conversation with someone under the X platform.
You give a time where you start speaking on YouTube. Are you able to give a time where the minister, the denial? If you can't, it doesn't matter.
Maybe of assistance, that is in his statement, and I get to that part. I understood to be summarized what had transpired, presumably that triggered. He has here at page 320, Mr. Mogotsi saying congratulations, leave the country.
Thank you, thank you.
I might not be aware, but certainly Commissioner Khumalo is. It's 11 o'clock. We're in your hands.
Let us take the, sorry, perhaps we stop,
We're in your hands,
we stop
Thank
the
you.
general midway, maybe finish the part that you were dealing with, and then we may adjourn where you think it's convenient.
Okay. No, I think this what what the SC was.
Yes, you were at the point, I think, where you were saying the minister denied.
Yes.
Yes,
So-
in
so-
Parliament. In
Yes.
Parliament.
So when he sends me this message of saying standing your ground, I assume that he's referring to that session we had. That message, which a response follows that it's so unfortunate that it has come to this for doing what we are employed to do without any favor. So that's me writing to him. And his response was not general. I think there is a misconception. And I asked him to elaborate. And he says, there will be time one day, my brother. I have a funeral in Limpopo and we're burying next week. And I responded to him, please accept my condolences for your loss. And that's where we ended the communication with him at the time. So that's fast forward to that. There's other, maybe during the break, we might want to make copies of that, which then comes in later up until July.
Thank you. Let's take the adjournment now and resume at 11:15.
Chair, while we settle down, General Mkhwanazi had promised to make available the last page of MK17, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't do so in the tea time. So I don't know if you want him to deal with it from his phone.
Perhaps that's best, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
We've been standing at the door for a good few seconds.
We
yeah.
do apologize for that, Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Please, are you leading, or will the general just deal with it?
General, just to put it in context, when we dealt with page 320.2, you said that was the end of the conversation as we currently have it on file. You indicated that there was, however, communication beyond that point, and I think you referenced July 2025. But that currently is only on your phone. We don't have copies, as I indicated to the chair, that we were unable to transfer from you, print, and make it available. So we invite you to the extent possible to guide us through the messages as you have them on your phone, and during the lunch hour, we'll attend to the physical copy thereof. That was the 320.3, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. What is missing after the please accept my apology, which is on your files, the further communication that happened on the 2nd and on the 3rd of July 2025. And I must indicate, Commissioners, that throughout all this conversation I'm having with Mr. Mogotsi, he had not set in his phone the self-destruction message. It was not set. So I was screenshotting all this conversation, but he kept on, this message were always on a WhatsApp chat. Until the 2nd of July, this disappearing message was activated on his side. But I had already screen grabbed the communication also. The 2nd and the 3rd of July that I have. The message that came in on the 2nd of July reads, General, you need to intervene. And that followed by a missed voice call from his side. And then I called him back. So we had a conversation. It is not here on record, but the conversation was about the arrest of members of crime intelligence that had happened in June, towards the end of June. I do not know what was of an interest to him, because his communication was that we cannot be chasing J50s against each other. So J50 is a warrant of arrest, and that was his words, that we can't be chasing J50s against each other, this one's arresting this one and that one. I must indicate, Commissioner, that after the arrest, I had communicated with someone, a police officer that is in contact with some of the senior people that are implicated in this drug cartel. This police officer, I had communicated with the police officer, and I had sent some messages and we communicate back and forth. I suppose maybe that message landed with Mogotsi. That's why he felt it's important for him to come to me and say, I must intervene. And he says, basically there must not be any fight back against each other, that we are now arresting each other and we're going to end up in court. And the last missed call that he made was on the 3rd of July. It was a Thursday. So he tried to call me in the afternoon at 14:34.
Apologies, General. The year, please. Please indicate the year for the record.
I'm talking about July this year. Everything is 2025.
Thank you.
So the last call that he tried to reach out to me was on the 3rd of July. I did not answer his call. So that's where the conversation between me ended, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. If you cast your eye to your statement, that would have taken us up to paragraph 196, and based on the question posed to you by Commissioner Kumalo, we have technically dealt with 197 and 198. We then pick up the issue of your appearance at the Portfolio Committee overleaf at paragraph 199. So if you can pick up your narrative from there.
Yeah, I did indicate before, though I'll repeat, that commissioners, in the appearance of the Portfolio Committee, it was a visual meeting where I made a presentation. It was towards the end of the presentation, and I must invite the commissioners to get hold of the transcript of that meeting. You will be able to listen to the presentation that was even made by General Khumalo in that meeting as the head of crime intelligence. But here I only reflected to what I presented. Perhaps when General Khumalo comes here, he might want to explain his part on what he presented. So my presentation was towards the end of the sitting of the committee. And when, as I said, indicated there at 4 hours, 26 minutes, that's where I start speaking. And the minister, when I finished speaking, and then the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee afforded the minister a chance to respond to almost everything that was presented, including National Commissioner. So the minister then, as he's closing his response, he then said he does not know the gentleman that I'm talking about, Mogotsi. And the meeting just ended there. That was towards the end. I think it's 4:52 on the video. That's where the minister is speaking. So as I said, this is available on YouTube, on a parliamentary website. You should be able to find that meeting. And I must thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Cameron, for affording me the opportunity, because it was not his decision to decide the way forward. I believe it will have been the collective in that committee that must decide what must happen next. But he afforded me the opportunity to present this to the executive. So what followed thereafter, I'm not going to talk much about it. Commissioners, as I said before, that the minister will then appear through a X platform at Londcare, Londcare, and this was on the 30th of March, 2025, where the minister seems to be having a telephone conversation, but it's in Zulu. So if you understand Zulu, then we'll be able to tell, otherwise someone will have to translate. Where he's saying here that, no, that Mogotsi is my comrade, he's just a comrade from Northwest, not an associate. So as I said, we might want to go to the UK to establish what it means, each one of those words, associate and comrade. So, commissioners, in my view, when I see the...
Before you proceed, has it been verified that the person on that telephone call is the minister?
Well, the voice is a minister. Well, I guess we have not gone deeper into investigation, but it's a minister talking. Everyone can hear. And she posted it.
Yes.
Because she's speaking back. They're having a conversation over the phone.
Okay. So
it's something that through investigation on the record, you can be able to obtain that with ease. Okay. But it's there for everyone to listen to it.
All right.
Commissioner.
Sorry, before that, Ms. Cele, can we assume that we will, for purposes of the record of the commission,
Yes.
Get the parliamentary clip that
That he references
the
at
witness
paragraph
is referring
199.
to, and then also this conversation that is referred to in 201,
We shall,
for purpose of the record.
Commissioner, you mean we download?
Yes.
And make, okay, we can attend to that.
Okay,
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, my conclusion on this matter, how Mogotsi is engaging on police matters, and yet is not a police officer, it made me conclude that this person, without being a police officer, has an access not just to police officers, but to the classified information of the police. And here is in position of a crime intelligence presentation. Someone that was in that room will have to explain how does Mogotsi get hold of such. And the Mogotsi, knowing even the diary of the minister, for him to say the minister is Lesigisigi, when I asked the chief of staff, he confirms that the minister is Lesigisigi. It's a public knowledge that the minister is Lesigisigi. So this is a man that knows every move of the minister. But despite all this public knowledge, the minister still denied knowing this person in Parliament. I find it strange, but it is not my place to decide what must happen thereafter. Commissioners, I want to move to the next one, perhaps.
Yes, please do.
With
please do,
regard
General.
to what the team is busy with. The GCI Ops, I said earlier, is operating in Gauteng, dealing with this drug squad. As they are investigating, and part of their cases that land on their desk involve Vusmu's Kat Matlala. And so they will arrest, they will retrieve phones, and they will download phones, and they will analyze phones. So through that communication, which the team will elaborate further, but I can indicate that the conversations that are picked out from that phone, it's a communication between Brown Mogotsi and Kat Matlala. The two of them, they are communicating. As I said, the team is going to come before this commission where they're going to come and confirm the authenticity of the communication that is there as they were doing the investigation, and they've downloaded this conversation. But what was of a concern with the communication that is happening, commissioners, between Brown Mogotsi and Kat Matlala, one conversation that is there, it's about the disbandment of the political killings task team. And this communication happened on the 31st of December 2024. And his message, one of the messages that he sends, Brown Mogotsi sends to Kat Matlala, I'm going to quote as extracted from the WhatsApp, that today is the day and Matlala should just stand back. So this is what Mogotsi is telling Matlala, that today is the day, just stand back. And we know that the minister's letter was signed on the 31st of December. And Brown Mogotsi is talking about the disbandment of the team on the same day to Matlala. So which means he knows that it's going to happen on the very same day.
Sorry, General. You've only read that today is the day you should stand back. Where do you read that they are talking about the disbandment of the task team?
It's extracted from other communications that are happening in the phone. That's why I'm saying, commissioners, I don't want to go deeper into other extracts. The team is going to come and explain. I'm just highlighting the issues that concern me. That while I'm fighting the disbandment of the team and I'm trying to ask myself a question, who's behind this? And then I pick up this, that this man says today is the day. It simply means he knew, because there's other conversation that the team is going to come and show before this commission on what other conversation they were having even prior to that message. But that what caught me, because what is not indicated here was a concern that Matlala had about the search that happened in his house. And this then influenced the response from Mogotsi, saying that stand back and relax, today is the day, about the disbandment of the team. That's why I'm saying that on the day that Mogotsi knows about the disbandment of the team. I had said earlier on record, dear commissioners, that Chief of Staff said to me, the letter was drafted somewhere and it was sent to the minister and back and forth until it was signed. So whoever that drafted the letter, I hope Brown Mogotsi will have a knowledge as to who the person is. If it is not him, who then the person is that was drafting this letter that was going to the Chief of Staff and eventually been signed by the minister. And on the 1st of January, while all of you, January 2025, while South Africans are celebrating the New Year, Brown Mogotsi informed Mr. Matlala that he will be meeting with Minister Mchunu and DNC Lt Gen Sibiya. The text reads as follows: good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. Must have a solution. So this is the 1st of January 2025. The context of these meetings that must be arranged, I do not know. But you can begin to see that there is a link between the minister and Sibiya and perhaps Ket Matlala, because he is talking about that is going to be arranging these meetings. So later that evening, this was around about 22 minutes to 11 in the evening, Mogotsi sent another message to Brown indicating that this is the 1st of January, commissioners, in the evening.
General, apologies.
Ket,
Yes, I was correcting that.
to Ket, not to Brown.
I beg your pardon?
You said he sent it to Brown. I'm saying
Mogotsi sent it to Matlala.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
they sometimes confusing me, forgive me, commissioners. Yes, Brown Mogotsi sent a message at 22:38 in the evening. He sends it a WhatsApp to Matlala indicating that the task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved or disbanded. That's a message that is written by Mr. Mogotsi to Mr. Matlala.
In general, by this point, you still don't know.
We don't know
because
anything.
You only came to know about it on the 2nd of January.
Exactly.
The disbandment decision, that is.
Exactly. And from the record, as we investigate, commissioners, I can confirm most likely, I'm not saying that is the truth, that even the National Commissioner's Office that were recipient of the letter that was dispatched on the 31st, they received it late in the afternoon, I think after 4. So they're not really people working in the office by that time. It's a New Year's Eve. They're most likely not in the office, but that's when it was dispatched from the Chief of Staff to the office of the National Commission. But Brown Mogotsi knows about it on a public holiday. And there's no one in the office. Then in the evening, he then sends this message to Ket Matlala. So if I move forward, commissioners,
You should now be at your paragraph 209.
oh yeah, yes, Matlala then gave a response. But his response was not on the 1st, it was the following day, the 2nd of January. And he wrote on his message response, oh really? I see you tried calling me last night. When is this happening? This is Matlala asking Mogotsi. And Mogotsi responded on his WhatsApp. He says, they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So I'm bringing this to the commissioners. This is a person who's not in the police. He already demonstrated, he sent me the copy of the OPs and the likes a year before. And now he's talking about the dismantlement of the units and the dockets that are moving to Sibiya. Although a couple of months later, Sibiya write letters demanding these dockets must come from KZN and come up. So Mogotsi already knew that it's going to happen. It's here, and it's written.
Can I just confirm? So on the 2nd of January, if you would just remind us, on the 2nd of January, General Sibiya hadn't yet demanded the dockets.
No.
He said the 2nd of January.
Yeah. No, nobody. This letter went out to the public first on the 2nd of January. That's when he became aware of it.
Yes.
And remember, I said the National Commission was not around. The letters came, I think, a month or so later.
Okay.
The first communication from General Sibiya, and the other communication that followed thereafter.
Thank you.
But the letter of the minister, which I want to draw the attention to of the commissioners, that the letter of the minister to disband the political killings task team addressed only 3 things, which when we are investigating, we are dealing with drug operation in Gauteng. And we know these drugs are coming from outside the country, coming in here, they get processed and get distributed. Western Cape become one of the affected provinces because of these drug wars. But the letter of the minister addresses these 3 things. One of them, it's about the discussions that they must have on border policing. there must be engagement with regard to border policing. We know that there is an agency that was established by government, and there is this discussion about moving some responsibility from the South African Police Service to Home Affairs in terms of border security. So, but this is what the minister is talking about. They need to address the border things. And the second item the minister is addressing on the letter is a suspension of the filling of position at crime intelligence. I don't know what of an interest is that, but he put a stop to the filling of vacancies at crime intelligence. That's why to date, there are a lot of vacancies that we have. The head of crime intelligence, KZN, has still not been appointed from that time when that one retired until now. The minister put a stop on the filling of vacancies. The third thing that is addressed on the letter is the closure of the political task team. He just talks about the close of the team, that it doesn't add any value in policing in our country. And it ends there. It doesn't say anything about the case dockets. It does not mention that these dockets must move from point A to point B. It doesn't say, it doesn't touch the dockets. He only speaks about the closure of the team. So that's what the letter is. That's why the surprise when Mogotzi's message seems to suggest that Sibiya, the dockets have been brought to Sibiya. And to confirm that, this Mogotsi, I think he wanted to give assurance of his knowledge of this correspondence, that Mogotsi forwarded that letter of the disbandment of the team, which is signed by the Minister of Police. He forwarded that letter to Matlala. So he sent him the letter that's supposed to be internal letter from the Minister of Police to the National Commissioner, signed on the 31st, and the first is a holiday. The second, Mogotsi has the letter, and he sends this letter to Ket Matlala.
How did he do that? Did he attach it to the WhatsApp?
He attached it to the WhatsApp. So I must indicate, as I conclude on this one, that at the time, neither myself, the National Commissioner, or the project manager, Jaral Kumalu, knew about this decision to close. So it is something that the team picked it up when they are continuing the investigation. Had we not arrested this Ket Matlala and have access to that phone, we probably might not have known about this. So this is just to display the level of connectivity that Mogotsi has in the police. Well, he said it in public that, which is on the record on TV, that he was with a part of the operation to bring Thabo Bester into the country. He said that. And I know that Jarkan was in that operation too. So it's something on the side that will need to be checked that I don't want to delve into. The special task force were in that operation too, that flew over to that country, although they didn't get off the plane. They picked up these people and they came back. So how that operation was done, how was it coordinated, but it was not authorized by General Kumar as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, for sure. So I'm not going to delve into that, but Mogotsi maybe is invited here. He will have to explain this involvement that he has, because he's not registered as a source in the police, but he has access to everything in the police. So I'm at 213, so I'm not sure,
Yes,
should I move on?
And that's the conclusion of your testimony as regards the executive. However, when we're dealing with, I think, business people yesterday, we stood down some paragraphs because they involved Mr. Mogotsi as well, and we said we'll deal with them today. And you should pick it up from paragraph 240 at page 74 of your statement. So it will be 240 to 242.
Okay. Again, commissioners here, as a team, because they've extracted a lot of information, and one of the conversations that is there between Mogotsi and Ket Matlala on the 26th of January, Mogotsi sends a message to Matlala reminding him to submit his invoice. So from the intelligence gathering, commissioners, I'm informed that Matlala did provide a proof of his invoice that was submitted, and the payment that was supposed to be made to him from the SCPS contract that he had with the South African Police Service to be expedited. And after that, Mogotsi sends a screenshot of his conversation with the Minister Mchunu, including that he plans to have a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner, Shadrack Sibiya, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, to discuss the finalization of Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi matters. This is a conversation they are having, the two of them. That, yes, there are two General Mkhwanazis in the police. It's myself and the one who's acting in Mpumalanga. One might conclude that maybe they are talking about the one in Mpumalanga, but it is a team of KZN that is involved with investigation in Gauteng. That's why I concluded that it's me that has been discussed here. I do not know what discussions they are having, but there is a communication that is attached, commissioners, there and annexed to our document.
Let me assist you there, General. At page 75, it's a blue screenshot. However, we've updated your file's overleaf. Is the enlarged version of it. That would be page 75.1 for easier reading. Thank you.
Commissioners, this is available. I don't have to read everything that is there, but this is just an indication of the communication about the meetings that are in Durban. What is of an interest on these commissioners, as I read it, is that in the message that he sends is that he is in Durban and is talking about a Phoenix saga, which relates to a lady. And that was just a question mark as to what Phoenix saga is there. Which is part of what the team is investigating. There's something that was happening in Durban that he was communicating with the minister about. But in the end of that conversation, that's where he brings me, if you go towards the bottom, that's where he's talking about the employment of cybersecurity people that are supposed to assist. I do not know what his involvement with the cybersecurity, but it is there. And that's where, in the same conversation, he makes a reference to the funding. And as Gerald Kumar and team are going to come here, they're going to show you that he had facilitated the funding of the guest of the Minister of Police when they attended the ANC rally in Cape Town. There's receipts, there's proof, there's hotel accommodation, and there are many things that the team has collected that they're going to come here and display. But I was just extracting this, and I wanted to focus on the last paragraph when he says, also meeting with the DNC and the Chief of Staff today in Durban for finalization of Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi's matter. That drew my attention as to what is it that they are planning, what is it that they are discussing, which a conversation happened in January, as I said, of 2025. As an extract from the WhatsApp.
General, you say this is a screenshot found in Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
And sent to him by Brown Mogotsi.
Yes.
So it's not found in Brown Mogotsi's phone?
No. We have not gone to Brown Mogotsi because the investigation, the team is dealing with the cases that are before them. And the cases that are before them involve Kat Matlala. We have not registered any case against Brown Mogotsi. So he's not a suspect of anything. That's why you couldn't just go to him at the time and conduct a search and pick up things, because we'll be victimizing people. Why would you do that? If there's no case, we have no reason to go after him. So, but as we are picking up these things, we then see this communication. And I must indicate, commissioners here, if you look at the top of that screenshot, Bran Mogotsi have served the person that he was communicating to when he made a screenshot as Senzo Mchunu. It is Bran Mogotsi that I guess is going to be invited to indicate who did he save with the name Senzo Mchunu. It could be someone else. I'm not saying that it's a minister. He might have used the minister's name, but he saved someone else. But I guess the evidence is going to be produced on this. We'll be able to investigate and determine who will he save as a Senzo Mchunu.
So the greeting, though, does say morning minister, but
Exactly.
That does not necessarily detract from what you have just
Yeah.
said.
So I'm just saying that if he comes and denies that that is not Senzo Mchunu, it's someone else. But then if he address morning minister, it could be another minister that is saved as Senzo Mchunu. So as we connect the dots, this is a picture that is appearing that, okay, there's this relationship. And again, we haven't gone to Bran Mogotsi's phone, we have not gone to Minister Senzo Mchunu's phone, equally so, to check these conversations. So I think that's just about everything, Essie.
You had touched, General, on a question of funding. I just want to check, is it what's reflected at item 2 of that message? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else?
That is correct. So the conversation here that talks about the funding of 20, we really didn't know what is funding of 20 because we know the people that were funded earlier in January, they were less than 20 that went to Cape Town. The flights were booked and everything, paid off by Madlanga.
Yes.
And so this discussion about the funding of 20, and to make a reference that this person is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. We know, I don't know whether there's a 3 billion contract somewhere. I know that Madlanga had a contract with SAPS of 360 million rand. So I do not know what is a 3 billion
Okay.
contract is, but these are conversation screenshot that he sends to Madlanga.
We will pick it up with another witness. Perhaps better clarity will be provided then. Is there anything else you would like to draw the Commissioner's attention to insofar as this screenshot is concerned?
Of Bran Mogotsi?
Yeah, insofar as Brown Mogotsi is
No, Commissioners, for me, I conclude that the Minister invited this Bran Mogotsi, or he shared too much of the police things with a person who's not supposed to be part of the police. And this Bran Mogotsi seems to suggest that, from reading of everything, that he has a real influence to the Minister, or the Minister has an ear to this Bran Mogotsi, so he's able to speak things and to the Minister, for Minister to believe, and he knows what's happening in the police, but not only at the Minister's office. He also knows what's happening with the investigations, indication that him and General Sibiya have contacts, and he seems to have access to crime intelligence. That's why he will bring General Khan to the picture. So this is a person that we know that if he claims he went to Tanzania, he will have perhaps been a companion of General Khan. So it's a person that has wide range of access into the police, classified information, everything. So he's allowed to dictate terms in how the policing must operate. So if this team did not investigate this Gauteng drug cartel, we would not have picked up these things. So the picture then becomes clear that, the lack of disbanding the team, perhaps it had to do with this. But I'm not a minister. The minister will come and conclude and explain himself. Why will he last meet with the National Commissioner on Saturday, and 3 days later he signed such a letter? That is very critical in the operations of the police, without talking to the National Commissioner directly.
Yep.
Please make me understand this. If the issue was about Gauteng, so I assume it's the GCI ops.
That's correct.
What's being disbanded is the PKTT, which, even though it operates in other areas like the Eastern Cape, for example, its focus is KwaZulu-Natal. Now, I hear nothing about, for example, the 10 members, was it 10, I think, that were sent up to assist the GCI ops. I hear nothing that says and they must be removed from Gauteng and back to the disbanded PKTT. Now, if my thinking along those lines is correct, the question would be, if the issue is about Gauteng and the GCI ops, how does that get disrupted if what is now being disbanded is the PKTT in KwaZulu-Natal?
Commissioner, it is exactly that which triggered my involvement in this. I was minding my business in KZN as a province. I had sent members to go and assist the GCI ops. I started getting report of what's happening in the GCI ops. And I started getting myself being attacked by some journalists in the media putting my stories out there. And I started asking questions, why are these things happening? So as I track back and I'm getting these reports from what this team is doing in Gauteng, and I started connecting the dots and the picture started emerging. They invited me into this thing, commissioners. Had they left KZN with a team like that and dealt with the GCI ops, perhaps I wouldn't be sitting here today. But they invited me into the picture because we are disbanding something that's operating in KZN. That is where I'm responsible for. And you're not giving me the reasons. And I'm trying to reach out to find out what is the reason, and I'm not getting answers. So I keep having that question mark as to why, what made you sign this letter? Why are you disbanding this team? Why is it bothering you? And then when I hear what they are doing, those ones in Gauteng, then the confirmation is that it's a missed target. They were worried about the people carrying the dockets in Gauteng. And this country owes the two sergeants, very junior members, who started this fire in Gauteng. They don't sleep at home today. Their families are disrupted. They started this fire in Gauteng. And Kumalo took a responsibility of protecting them with a team from KZN. I suspect that the people that wanted to deal with this too, they could not access them because there was this KZN squad around them. So in thinking that they're seeing the KZN squad, they assume that it is the political killings task team that is running this operation. So to disband the team, you'll see the messages, the instructions of General Sibiya's letter says, shut down members must go back to their units and get every file, every evidence that is in that file. Bring it here. So the interest was on stopping the investigation, and the people that they see in their face is the political killings task team, the 10. They are not aware of a GCI ops. The people that bring the GCI ops into the surface are people within crime intelligence, because the GCI ops operates at crime intelligence. It's a counterintelligence operation. I had said earlier, General Khan was acting there and was moved. So this operation is running without him part of it. So it is people from crime intelligence that knows about the operation, that only brings it to the fore. But before the letter, those that maybe influence the minister, they thought it is a political killings task team. That's why with us having displayed the performance of the team, the meritorious experts of this world, academias, who took an opportunity to talk bad about the team, being influenced by people, will come to this forum and explain where did they get this information from. If the performance is like this, and you are writing this correspondence of saying this team is Cele squad, fighting squad, and so forth.
So do I understand you to be saying this, General? There were no instructions at the time of disbandment and even at the time of General Sibiya's letter that related to the GCI ops and the 10 officers from KZN who had gone up to Gauteng to assist. No instructions at all related specifically to the GCI ops and to the 10 who had gone up to assist.
Chair, if I may, before the witness responds, General Mkhwanazi referenced letters where he spoke of the instruction to bring all investigations and what happens to all members of the task team. May I be permitted to direct him to the documents?
May I get that more directly, please?
Okay.
Because the broad statement that all members must go, it could
Indeed.
only have been to those who are on the ground servicing the PKTT as such, and not those that may have left KZN and were in a sense not really servicing the PKTT. So
Chair, I think
may
what we
please-
should
I'm
do-
not
Yes.
countering what you are saying. I just
Because it all depends on the wording. It could very well be those who are members of PKTT go back to their respective stations wherever they are
yeah.
located at the time.
Let's get clarity from the
Now,
General.
General, if you please go to Annexure MK10, that would start at your page 187. And at the same time, if you could have regard to the second part of MK10, starting at page 190. Those are the two letters you have included, signed by General Sibiya. If you have located them, please start at page 188. I think what you reference in terms of investigations and records is at paragraph 5, and its sub-paragraphs. Then the second letter is the one at 190 is the one that speaks to what must happen to PKTT members.
Okay, Commissioners, this letter is annexed. It's dated the 4th of February, 2025. It is authored by Deputy National Commissioner, Lt Gen Sibiya. He addressed this thing to the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Service. Paragraph 5 reads as follows, I quote, "In compliance with the aforementioned directive of the Minister of Police, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence with a view to do a proper handing over and to follow all processes necessary to conduct a handing over process. This includes, but not limited to, 5.1, a status report of all cases. 5.2, a case register wherein all the cases were recorded and current status of court-going cases and cases under investigation. 5.3, all cases or projects, documentation relevant to the political killings task team. This should include all evidential material, documents, electronic recordings, etc. It must be booked into the SCP-13 or in possession of the team or stored in any storage facility. 5.4, all human and physical resources allocated, listed, as well as report on all financial expenditure for the duration of the operation of the task team.
Then we go to the second letter that was started, page 190. And in particular, we might want to regard to paragraph 3 thereof. I apologize.
Please repeat what
It's because I knock it and then it distorts the sound. I was referring you, General, to the letter starting at page 190, still
Yes.
part of MK10, and I was saying to the point, perhaps you might want to have regard to paragraph 3 thereof.
This is a letter that was written by General Sibiya on the 22nd of April, 2025. It is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, as well as Divisional Commissioner Detectives and Forensic. The headings, the deactivation and disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. Paragraph 3 says, reads as follows, a final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their stations of origin, is awaited on or before the 25th of April, 2025, end quote.
I don't know if that answers your questions, Chair, or whether you'd want General Mkhwanazi to comment further. Thank you.
Maybe it does, but I would imagine it has to be read in the context of the letter of the 4th of February.
Indeed.
from which I understand everything relates to what the PKTT as such
Yes.
was involved in. So in that context, that would not necessarily mean that everything is being killed, as it were. But if you read the paragraph that the Lieutenant General just read, then it may indeed be read.
But may I also-
It may be read to refer to everybody, because if it says all members must go back to wherever they came from,
And I think
then I would imagine maybe it means that even those that were assisting the GCI ops must.
Perhaps it
Must
might
be-
assist
must be
if I
uprooted.
remind the
Must be
commissioners
uprooted.
of,
Just for
Oh,
the
sorry.
transcription, let's avoid
our
speaking to-
apologies, Chair,
So must be uprooted and go back from wherever they came.
yeah, thank you, Chair, my apologies. And I was going to say that the points that the Chair makes are very correct. But I wanted to remind us of the testimony of General Mkhwanazi yesterday regarding the secondment of the members of the task team and his ongoing engagements with General Khumalo to determine when it is they could get back to the task team. So in the context of them being expected, the secondment to end and to revert to KZN, at least I read the instruction at page 190 that all members of the task team go back to their respective stations. General Mkhwanazi had indicated that the members of the task team come from various stations and are registered with various stations in KZN. So an instruction that each one of them report back to their stations, I would think by definition extends to those deployed to the GCI ops. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Ms. Cele, I was going to ask this question of the general just to get clarity on that.
Yes, Commissioner.
General, in the time that your 10 members of the task team were seconded to the GCI ops, did they remain members of the task team in the time that they are in Gauteng and assisting General Khumalo?
That is correct, Commissioners. These are members that were part of the task team that moved up to Gauteng.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, you covered. Thank you.
I just wanted to
Commissioner.
check, do we have the letter dated 17/01/2025?
The one that is referred to in the
paragraph 1.
letter of 22nd. No, we don't. This, if you recall, this would have been directed to the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. So it would have, if it were utilized, it would have come before this
Yes.
one in terms of date-wise, but it's not part of General Mkhwanazi's annexures at this juncture. But to the extent that perhaps it might be necessary to complete the scene on this conversation, we will ensure that the next witness, and perhaps the Crime Intelligence Divisional Commissioner, General Khumalo, to ensure that it is in his pack. And at the time of dealing with the issue, then we will cross-reference these annexures. Thank you. Chair, on a statement, we would have completed this part of the evidence. And we're just completed at paragraph 242, which would then take us to 243. Generally, paragraph 243, you start a different topic under the heading political interference. Do you see that?
Yes.
You start this at 243. Will you take your testimony, pick it up from there, remembering when you go over, leave to skip page 75.1. It would continue then at page 76.
Okay.
When you're ready, thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, this is just to display the level of involvement or intervention that the minister has, or interference that the minister has with regard to the work of the police, which is inappropriate of a person on his level. On this political interference, what I'm displaying here, Commissioners, is that the task team minister issued an instruction in December. And the task team continues to work in KZN. And an incident happens after his instruction on the, in February, Commissioners, where a councillor is killed in KZN.
And once again, for the record, please give the year of that February. And I think you are talking about what you've set out at paragraph 244 of your statement.
Yeah, that's correct.
To
An
remind
incident
you of the
happens
date.
in 2024 February, where a councillor is killed. And the police arrested two hit.
General, yes.
You said 2024. Your statement reads differently.
2025, my apologies, Commissioner.
And in fact, your paragraph of 244 has got the full date. Perhaps you just might want to take that into consideration.
Okay, on the 5th of February, 2025, after the shooting incident that had occurred in one of the small districts in KwaZulu-Natal, which is called the Lembe district. For those who are familiar, it's in around Palito side. A councillor was killed, Mr. Mapida, and two arrests were effected. The station, knowing the procedures that we have, that when an incident of this nature involves councillors, they must communicate with the political killings task team so that they can take over the docket. And the district commissioner directed as such, and that is Major General Gopal. Major General Gopal then contacted me and informed me about his engagement with the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu.
Before you proceed, can you place into context Major General Gopal? Who is he? Where is he based? What station, if necessary, and his level within SAPS? If you perhaps have regard to paragraph 244.
Major General Gopal is the district commissioner of Ilembe district. So the incident that happened under his jurisdiction. So General Gopal experienced a situation where the minister calls him and he wants to be briefed about the incident that happened. So the minister didn't bother to phone the National Commission or phone me, but he phones the district commissioner to ask about that incident that involved the matter of a council. And General Gopal responded to the minister and explained to him what has transpired and so forth. And then he indicated to him that the case docket has been referred to the political killings task team for investigation. And according to General Gopal, the minister was very unhappy about this. And he asked, why did they give the case docket to the political killings task team? And the General Gopal explained to the minister that this is a standard procedure that we have. The political killings task team, they are better resourced. They've got an investigation capacity and contacts to help investigate the cause of this matter and the people behind it. So the minister had wanted General Gopal to keep him up to date about the status of that investigation, although he was upset about the fact that that docket was given to the political killings task team. So he has a minister who's upset to the district commissioner about who's carrying the docket, instead of appreciating the work done by the police, that they've arrested the perpetrators. But that is not of an interest to the minister. What makes him upset, more focus, is why is the docket given to the task team? This will have been on the 5th of February. And again, on the 15th of February, the minister reached out to General Gopal and seeking update. And the General Gopal then indicated that the information about the status of the case is with the investigating officer from the political killing task team. The least he can do is to send those investigating officers to brief the minister about the status of this case that he was asking General Gopal, because General Gopal is not carrying that investigation. But the minister then responded to General Gopal and said, no, he is covered, which means he does not need that political task team to come and brief him. And General Gopal has deposited an affidavit about that interaction that he had with the minister, which is attached on our records here marked MK21 as a reference. So,
Before you proceed, two things, Chair. MK21 is the affidavit, typed affidavit. So it doesn't have signature at the back. We're trying to track down the original affidavit from, which this was transcribed. That goes to page 8, that 331. And beyond that is another document that I'm going to request the witness to explain, and then he can speak to the annexure in its totality. General, you understand that the affidavit annexed, purportedly by Major General Gopal in your annexure, is not signed, correct?
yes.
And attached to that is another document appearing from page 333, which you have combined with that affidavit. I would like to invite you to talk to the second document from 333 and explain to the commissioners what that is.
This is a communication between General Gopal and the Minister of Police as extracted, which reflects the date, the time, a message from the minister, a response from General Gopal, a message from the minister, and a response from General Gopal. And it starts from the 5th of February, and it goes down the page as the commissioners will appreciate that the last conversation, it is almost at the end of March where the communications are happening.
I see on this document, it interchanges between Minister Mchunu, such that it will indicate missed voice, and Anthony on the other. Who is Anthony, do you know?
I beg your pardon, I didn't get it.
If you look at page 333,
Yes.
let's look at the first entry. It states Minister Mchunu, and then it indicates messages and calls are end-to-end. Encrypted, only people in this chat can read, listen to, or share them. Then it once again references Minister Mchunu.
Anthony, it's
Then it once again references Minister Mchunu.
Anthony, it's
Thank you for the clarification. And then it continues until overleaf, I think, at page 334. You may proceed. With whatever further comments you wanted to make about this document.
no, the 334, I think, is still an extract from the conversation, the messages that are with General Gopal. It does not necessarily mean that they are with Minister Mchunu per se. But it's part of conversation that is extracted from General Gopal. It shows the other communication, not necessarily only with the minister.
So how do we read this? Are you suggesting to the commission that from the first entry to about just past the halfway point of the page, I don't want to mention the name that is written there, everything above is a communication between Major General Gopal and the minister, but everything else below, you see there is a word in parentheses before an ID number. Are you suggesting everything below that now no longer involves the minister, but it's communication that is within Major General's telephone?
Commissioner, yes, this communication is not necessarily with the minister, but if you read the last message on 333,
Yes.
which is dated the 30th of March 2025 at 10:59 in the morning,
Yes.
where General Gopal, with the name Anthony, where he typed that minister, local branch may raise concern on candidate as from the charter I picked up, or the chat I picked up. Let me explain to the commission what this communication is about. This communication is not about the case of a councillor. And it's a culture of the experience we have as a police that when the executive authority is engaging on a political project, there's always blurred lines about focusing on political issues, but you want to bring the portfolio of being the executive authority and you invite the police to be part of this political program. What had happened here, there was going to be by-elections. A person who was a councillor had resigned from the position. And there was that person, for whatever reason they were having in that political party, he resigned and he joined another political party. So he was campaigning for another political party. So the minister then came into the area as a deployee of his party to assist the campaigning of another candidate to be elected. So part of his, when he arrived, he requested, actually he didn't even communicate with myself nor General Gopal, he communicated with the station commander. He said to the station commander he wants to meet the station management at the police station because he wants to ask them about a case. The case allegedly that involves the councillor that had resigned from this site and moved over campaigning for another political party. So the minister was interested to know what is happening with that case because this man has got a case. So, which means they wanted to make sure that he's arrested so he doesn't stand for the other party. So the minister called the station management. The station management communicated to General Gopal. General Gopal was sitting with me and he told me about it. And I said, I think you better go there. The minister cannot see it with the station management alone. Go there and find out what's going on. And at the same time, the station had already informed General Gopal on what the minister's specific cases that is, he wants them to come and account to him about. Remember, he came there for campaigning, for election. But he wants the station to come and explain to him about the status of the case against a competitor for the election. So the station must brief him about it. General Gopal obtained information with regard to the status of the case. So he went to a meeting. I guess the minister was surprised when General Gopal landed there. That the minister suddenly, he meets General Gopal, is not only station management alone. And then he inquires about this candidate. Unfortunately, for the people that are of that political party that minister belongs to, they had a mistaken identity. They thought the case that was open was against a candidate, but it was against the candidate's brother. Missed target again, like the PKTT and GCI. They missed the target there. And they realized that their complaint is unfounded. But beside that, there was a case. The feedback was given there, which was satisfactory with regard to the status of that case. Although it didn't concern them, but they were told, okay, the case is like this. But the question was, Minister, why would you want the station management to come in account to you about a specific case that involves a person who's competing with you in the political space. So which means if there was a case against this person, he was going to put pressure to the station management to make sure they arrest this person before the local elections that were going to take place. So fortunately, Gerald Kopal intervened. So when you see this communication that is attached here, it's more of a status of the case that Gerald Kopal needed to go and brief the minister about. That's what is here. So this is the type of behavior that we started seeing happening in the province. Well, the results of those elections are there for everyone to know. The person who resigned from this side and competed for this side, who won. It's not our business as the police. We shouldn't get involved with it. But this is the interference that when we talk about the executive authority that end up not knowing where to cross the line comes in. And we experience it a lot in the police.
Thank you, General. Just for the record, we do confirm that we have reached out to Major General Gopal. He would have to come and confirm precisely what the General has said. Is there any other matter you would like to deal with under that heading, political interference, or does that bring you to the conclusion?
So far, in terms of the executives we had in the police, it's the Minister Senzo Mchunu with this level of interferences that I've displayed, and also General Cele with the interference in terms of the disciplinary matters that I spoke about earlier. Although we're still going to talk about on the statement about other matters, but those are the two that were within the SAPS that I can flag of their roles. One example, not many, there are many other examples that I can put out there, but because I want to confine myself to the letter of the 31st of December and what happened thereafter, and to demonstrate how the executive authority get to be involved with operational decision, which is unethical in my understanding, that is crossing the line between policy making and operations, and bring the police to come and use the police as a weapon in political competition like that. We respect all the leaders of our communities. The police, whoever that is a leader of the community, is voted by the people, and we must serve them. That's what we do as government. So that's where I'm going to leave it here for now.
Thank you. We'll leave it there. The last category, remembering that all this conversation, press briefing you had on the 6th of July by you, collectively as the SAPS members, you had indicated that this interference is from all different quarters, and you listed them. So we've dealt with every category, by political women, parliamentarians, executives, you dealt with business people. You had listed the judiciary there as a heading. You picked that up from paragraph 159. If you could turn there. Commissioners before, as he decided to give one example, there were a few examples. In whittling it down and trying to make the evidence historical, the narrative is from page 159. There is a name that appears above that narrative.
Paragraph 159.
159.
Not page, yeah.
Yes, paragraph 159, thank you. There is a name that appears above paragraph 159. I'm not going to call out, it is wrong. I would like you to deduct that name, and the name must be Vusi Musi Mahlangu. But the rest of the paragraphs stay the same. In the process of reduction, the narrative relative to the individual got mixed up. So we apologize for that. I won't even call that name. I'm correct that what you want to tell in this regard relates to Magistrate Mahlangu. Is that correct?
That
Then you may start paragraph 159.
Commissioners, I had said when I started that we are investigating and evidence comes up that leads into another investigation.
Sorry for that, General. You may continue.
Commissioners, I had indicated that as we investigate, we gather information which leads us to investigation as we uncover certain things, it leads us into another investigation. So we end up seeing the picture of everything without knowing at the beginning what will have caused. That's why we end up seeing the picture. So the picture that we started seeing that I was demonstrating for the 2 days and a half is that the team that was working in KZN, which was supervised by General Kumalo, and find themselves having to second members to come to Gauteng to assist the Gauteng police on an operation that is under intelligence that is managed by General Kumalo. And this operation in Gauteng was dealing with the drug cartel, and some of them are arrested, the Mulifes, the Matlalas, and there are many others that are a part of the list of what the team have identified. Police officers in part of it, and so forth. Now there are 2 operations, 1 man. 2 operations, 1 division. And this person is at crime intelligence. Is busy with 2 things. Is busy with, actually 3 things. Is busy with an investigation of coordination of KZN political issues. Is busy with the organized crime of Gauteng on one side, but is busy managing the division that is called crime intelligence, trying to put reforms and you know, fix things up there. Now, the letter of 31 December 2024 that disbands the team, it triggers my inquiry. So as I inquire on what these members are doing, I begin to know about this level of corruption and criminality happening in Gauteng and the challenges the team is facing. And through my sources that I deployed in different structures also of different departments as well as a community around, I stayed, which I didn't say earlier, I worked in Gauteng for more than 20 years. I stayed here. So I know every corner of this province. So I have people that I know that I talk to and they feed me information, police officers and other private people that still give me information about what's happening in this province. And I'm collaborating that with what the team is telling me, and then I conclude that the target here is to deal with this organized crime investigation, not the political task team. But because the members are here, the people that want to fight this, they think that it's a political task team. So they wrote a wrong letter. They disbanded the wrong team. They were supposed to deal with the Gauteng organized Gauteng counterintelligence operations, not the political killings task team. But here we are. Who's part of this Gauteng counterintelligence? It's the very same person who's part of the team. And this person, coincidentally, on the structure which I displayed on the first day, it reports to 1 person, Shadrack Sibiya. The very same person, in terms of the structure, must communicate with Shadrack Sibiya to the National Commission. In his investigation on organized crime, he sees some linkages and names of Sibiya that come into the picture. The members that are busy with this investigation, they are engaging with some senior officers in Gauteng that are socializing with some of these drug dealers. And that becomes risky. Now it's within counterintelligence. So when we see the member of parliament who claims in publicly that he was minding his business and next thing underneath his door, there was a report from crime intelligence that flew into under his door. He took that report and he went to a police station to open a case. Jarkuma is going to come and present the details about that because there is already an evidence of a communication between the Member of Parliament and members of crime intelligence, specific Gerald Khan, and the Inspector General of Intelligence, who is the anchor in all this. So what we're seeing happening is that these cases are open in Cape Town. The following day, they are open in Johannesburg. One of the charges in these dockets, which the Member of Parliament is all welcome to open cases if you feel there's something illegal that's happening. But one of the charges is about the appointment of that Ms. Mokwele, who came from BMW, who came into the police, as one of the charges. We know in public space, some so-called expert, the Paul O'Sullivans and the likes, that have been very vocal about the appointment of that lady, that she was a cleaner at BMW, she's now a brigadier in the police. But I guess a profile and everything will be coming to this so that the commissions can get to see exactly what is it that she was doing there, and how much was she paid, and what is she doing in the police, and what is she paid, how she came about being appointed. That one will be presented later. But when we see a case opened in 2 provinces, and it gets transferred by the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police to IDEC, and IDEC is in possession of this in 2025, towards the end of the year. But the case that...
Apologies, General.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Khumalo wanted to correct you. Please consider the year, you say end of the year?
2024.
Okay, you had said 2025. Thanks.
Sorry, so my bad. End of the year 2025, which I referred to earlier, that Mr. Adams, a Member of Parliament, had opened cases in Cape Town and Johannesburg, and that was transferred by the letter of the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police to IDEC within NPA for investigation. So IDEC had written a letter to the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service to hand over those dockets, which was done towards the end of 2024. So IDEC is now in possession of complaints. I had said earlier, the report from Inspectorate said there's no elements of crime on this complaint. It's a hearsay. The legal services from the police are saying the same thing. Mr. Adams does not avail himself to be interviewed in order to deal with this complaint. But fast forward, commissioners, General Khumalo and the team, one of the critical 2 people I'm going to mention in the team is the provincial head of crime intelligence in Gauteng, who started this, who brought General Khumalo into the picture, because he was approached by the head of detectives on Gauteng and said, there are threats against my members, please assist with the threat assessment. It is that General Kalakala who spoke to Ntuli to conduct that threat analysis, and they reported to General Khumalo. So they invited General Khumalo to get involved as Gauteng. So that Kalakala is arrested with Khumalo. And the charges that they are arrested for, or the case they are arrested for, it's a case that is with IDEC. The case is opened in June of 2025. But the case has got the same charges, a complaint from Mr. Adams, similar to what Mr. Adams deposited the previous year, 2024, in October in Cape Town and in November in Johannesburg. It's a similar complaint that these members are arrested for by IDEC in June. But what is strange about it, commissioners, is that instead of IDEC working on the complaint of Adams, which had no basis for a complaint, and effect arrest on that, they did not to date. But they sought to get Mr. Adams to deposit another statement, whether it was coached or whatever. He deposited another statement at the beginning of 2025 in January to IDEC, a completely new statement, which now must prove to some degree that there is crime. So that would enable IDEC to then investigate. In January, the statement is dated. In June, the case is registered. The same June, these members are arrested.
Can you please detail the differences between the 2 statements for me to follow the point you've just made?
Commissioner, I'm going to invite the team to bring that have been arrested and charged, to bring the copy of the charge sheet and the statement that was deposited in that case docket to come and present to the Commission. I don't have it with me, but I have access to it and I read it. So that's why I'm able to draw comparison between this and that. So the question I was asking, but IDEC, why didn't you arrest them on the October and November complaint? Why did you put another statement in January?
That being the complaint of quote-unquote interception.
All what was mentioned in October and November in Cape Town and Johannesburg, one of those was the appointment of this Ms. Mukwele. The arrest is about Ms. Mukwele.
Okay, all right.
But the statement from the complainant, Mr. Adams, is dated January now. It's a new one. A completely new statement which was retaken. But the case is not a similar case as those two. So it's another completely new case that is registered, as if it's a new thing. But, well, if there's evidence of a crime, I'm not going to argue that. They've got all the rights. If there's crime committed, they must act on it. They've got all the right. But what is strange, Commissioner, I'm going to invite South Africans to go to that court, and if so, demand to see the charge sheet. I'm not a lawyer. Many South Africans are not lawyers, but they will read what is sitting in the charge sheet. And they will know that this, in any given day, it should not have landed in a criminal court of law. But it is there. Magistrate signs a warrant, or IDEC investigator signs a statement and gives it to the prosecutor in IDEC, who signs off that statement. It goes to the magistrate approves the warrant of arrest, and these people are arrested. And they go to court. In court, strange things happen, Commissioner. That's what makes me to then get to worry. That's why I'm talking about it here today. Because one of the strange things that happened, it involves a magistrate who's presiding over a case that the members from crime intelligence are arrested on. He imposed a very bizarre bail condition towards those members. And the bail condition that is imposed by the magistrate in that case against these members from crime intelligence said explicitly that these members who are arrested for facilitating the appointment of Ms. Mukwele from BMW to crime intelligence, apart from going, this incident happened in Pretoria in their offices, they are barred not to go into any premises of crime intelligence anywhere in the Republic of South Africa. That's a bail condition. This is not what the state asked for, but this is what the magistrate took it upon himself to impose on these members. Remember, Commissioner said, it's the same team that is busy with the operation of Gauteng counterintelligence operation. They are barred by magistrate to get involved or enter any premises of crime intelligence. So by default, it means the operation that they are busy with against the drug cartel must stop immediately. So, as I said, maybe the magistrate, someone will say, no, he erred, it was an overreach. I don't believe it's that. I believe it was a calculated move to make sure that they put a stop on the involvement of these members with this operation. And I can confirm to date, commissioners, that that operation stopped. While the members are crippling, trying to work, but it's frustrated. But it doesn't end there. It does not end there because a person who's got an oversight in the runnings of crime intelligence, which is the Inspector General of Intelligence, is demanding the files of that operation. He wants to know what's happening with that operation himself, which is very interesting. Why would the Inspector General be interested on an operation specific? So we have no other reason than to believe that this bail condition, not the arrest, maybe they did wrong during the appointment of this individual that warrants such a case and such charges. Maybe it's justified, but the bail condition is a problem. And for those that follow the case, and I've seen media houses that are here today, they go to court, they listen to the argument and they go out and they file their reports and they come back to court. The last one was supposed to be on Monday last week. It was postponed because the recording, my device was not working in court. And it was just only one courtroom. The others were working. But that one, so there has to be this delay of them coming back. What is strange that happened, which I did not put here, commissioners, is that many of those members that were arrested, one of them that is one of the charges, he's got two charges. The other one I don't want to talk about the prostitute and the loss of a firearm and stuff like that. He has to answer on that case. But he's also charged on the appointment of this Ms. Mukwele. So when the whole lot appeared in court and they were granted bail with those conditions, this one was kept in custody and he appeared alone the following week. When he appeared alone, he appeared before a different magistrate. And the different magistrate made it clear and said, it's not the job of the court to put conditions about where to work, where not to work. We are releasing on bail, go back to work. It is the National Commission of the Police that will decide whether to enter this building or not. Because the state does not say that your being in that building, how is going to affect the bail condition or the witnesses that are there. So this is a bail condition given to one accused. And this one accused occupies a position of a CFO of this secret fund at Crime Intelligence. He was suspension ends, and he pitched up at Crime Intelligence to go back to work. And he was told not to go back to work. Yeah, well, National Commission will come and explain the reasons for that, but Ms. Barnard released a publication on that, and she was very aggressive towards the National Commissioner, saying that the National Commissioner does not even know the terms of the bail condition of this person. The court said this person must not enter the building of Crime Intelligence. She said that, and she wrote it down, and the bail condition does not say that. So it means she missed that the other magistrate is the one who came with the condition, but the other one that affects this CFO did not say that. But she is of an opinion that this person is not supposed to enter the buildings of Crime Intelligence. So therefore, and I'm told by the National Commission is going to come here that the head of IDEC phoned the National Commission and said that person must not come back to that building, the CFO, despite that the bail condition does not demand that. So this is just to show that there are all the efforts that have been put in place, not against the members of Crime Intelligence that are accused of appointing a wrong person. If they did that, they must be penalized, it's fine. But there's an overreach in getting to frustrate this project. So this is part of the ongoing things that are happening as we are sitting here today. That the project against Matlalas, against Mulifes and the others is being frustrated because the people responsible for this project are told by the magistrate never to enter the premises where this project is running.
So in short, General, you are saying someone must have influenced the first magistrate.
Commissioner, you are a judge. I'm sure, I don't know whether you will have access to get to see the charge sheet. You will make your conclusion, and you are all legal experts, whether was the statement from the investigating officer, or so-called investigating officer, I must qualify that. The investigating officer, Mr. Padayachi from IDEC, which was deposited, was brought to the magistrate seeking the approval of the warrant of arrest, whether was it justifiable for the magistrate to sign it. Then fast forward, you're coming to court. In court, you have a magistrate that comes with these bail conditions, whether was it justified. So behaviors of both senior people within the court, it makes me conclude that it's a part of a plan to frustrate this project. So I invite the commissioners to have access into this record in court so that we can be able to see what are they charged for and what crime did they commit. And while on that, I'm going to invite you to, I spoke about IDEC yesterday, that the arresting officer, which the court gave instruction on the bail condition that if these members want anything at Crime Intelligence premises, they must contact an investigating officer, Mr. Padayachi. Mr. Padayachi has never touched a case docket in his life. It's a person who's an ex-employee of the police. It's an individual who's an ex-crime intelligence member. But he's a head of that investigation against these members of crime intelligence. It is the magistrate that grants this Padache a right to have access to crime intelligence. If these members want anything at crime intelligence, they must talk to him. So we invite the commissioner to go and check on the record of the appointment of Padache in IDEC, his qualifications, and IDEC may will come here and justify why did they choose such a person to become a senior investigator at IDEC that is charged with the responsibility of dealing with serious crime, and yet to bring a person who is retired from the police to become a head of investigation at IDEC with no qualification whatsoever on investigations, and grant that person an authority to be the one that is going to handle these matters. So I invite the commissioner to go deeper into that matter. I don't want to engage more on it, but it's a worry for me because it's a picture that is there for everyone to see. So what is then in the media, Commissioner, as part of the strategy, I said, this is how it works. Make them look bad. Oh, at last, the people at crime intelligence, they've been arrested because of the slush fund. We still have players at crime intelligence that were there in 2011 who are part of this plan, and they are still there today. Mogotsi are referring to them. So I'm going to end it there.
As you end there, would I be correct, and I apologize if I interrupted you, I didn't mean to. Would I be correct with reference to your statement that what you have just engaged the commissioners on is summarized at your paragraph 162? I would like you to have a glance there. Would that be a correct assumption on my part, or at least interpretation of your statement?
That's correct.
Okay, so insofar then as your concern regarding the judiciary is concerned, and in particular this one magistrate, and in the specific case, you draw a conclusion at paragraph 163 that you may want to summarize.
If I were to read this one on my conclusion, commissioners, if you allow me, I say again, raise a concerning feature of this criminal investigation, as well as its progression through the courts. The complaint originates from Mr. Adams, the Member of Parliament, and I've explained in my statement its dubious genesis. As to the role of IDEC, I fail to see how an employment matter of a mid-level employee rises to the level of serious, high-profile or complex corruption or unlawful activities arising from the State Capture Commission. This is where I end, because I believe this is what IDEC is about. But this is now about an employment of a mid-level manager employee that throws IDEC into the picture from the same complainant, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, General. That concludes then the conversation as regards the complaint against the magistrate. Chair, I see at 12:49 we are starting a new chapter. Should we start and then we'll break at 1?
Let's do that,
Let's do
please.
that.
Thank you.
General, I'll invite you then to go to page 77, starting from 252. You deal from page 252 with a heading, with a subject that you had, historical interference with the criminal justice system. Would you take the commissioners through that aspect of your testimony?
Commissioners, when I spoke on the 5th of March 2025 in Parliament, I made a reference to the experience that I had from 2011. And what I see happening right now, it takes me back to 2011. And that makes me realize that I cannot just sit back and allow the irregularities that were happening in 2011 when I was the acting national commissioner to repeat itself, because it's going to become a culture is going to be embedded in how the justice system works in this country. Therefore, the citizens are not going to be safe. I've seen it in 2011, and it's happening again. As I said, commissioners, when you look at my profile that I presented on the first day, that I joined the top management structure of the South African Police Service in 2011, when I was appointed as an acting national commissioner, appointed by President Zuma at the time. I must indicate that when I was appointed, the person that was the Minister of Police was Minister Mthetwa, Nathi Mthetwa. He was the Minister of Police. At that time, when I was appointed, the South African Police Service were always in the media regarding the activities at crime intelligence. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was in the center of that. So there were two matters that were always in the media. Was about the death of a murder incident that happened in Mpofu-Walsh, as well as the corruption within crime intelligence secret fund account. I think that's where the name /fund came from. The secret fund account that I spoke about earlier that must be accounted for the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. It was misused. When I came in, there was already, General Mkhwanazi was already suspended. And he was suspended by General Cele at the time. That suspension was regarding the murder incident that happened in Mpofu-Walsh. When I came in and I asked the management about the status of the criminal case that I'm told is registered against General Mkhwanazi, which involves corruption of crime intelligence secret fund account, I was informed that there was no disciplinary steps initiated yet at the time. So I directed that we must initiate the disciplinary steps against the second charge, which is corruption. I brought General Mkhwanazi to brief him about it, and I appointed an investigating team to investigate, and in the concluded investigation, we are about to subject General Mkhwanazi to a disciplinary hearing. And then General Mkhwanazi, to my surprise, then contacts me and he says to me, his criminal case that is going to appear in the Commercial Crime Court in Pretoria is going to be withdrawn the following day. So I was perplexed and I said, but Jared Dramat, as the head of the Hawks, do you know about this? And he said, no, he's not aware. And indeed, commissioners, when the matter appeared in court, the matter was withdrawn. So I demanded to know the reasons for that. They finished me with a submission that was made by the Deputy National Head of NPA at the time, Advocate Mkhwanazi, where he gave the instruction to Advocate Mzinyati, who was responsible for that case, and Advocate Mzinyati then directed a prosecutor who was working on the docket, Advocate Bredenbach, who's a member of parliament now, to withdraw the case. So the case was withdrawn, simply because of Advocate Mkhwanazi, regardless of evidence. But the reasons Mkhwanazi put on his letter was that the arrest of Mkhwanazi, or this case being placed on the roll, it is not the responsibility of the SAPS, but it is the responsibility of the Inspector General of Intelligence. I explained earlier, commissioners, that crime will happen. If crime happens within the secret fund account, there must be audit, there must be accountability, and then the case must follow, which must be handled with care, but the case will follow. So similar to what is happening now, if there is any corruption within crime intelligence, that matter must be reported to the right structures and cases must follow thereafter. So at the time, the coordination of the information coming from crime intelligence to be given to an investigation team was facilitated by a senior officer within crime intelligence on an arrangement with DPCI. So the investigation was done correctly. But here's the case withdrawn, and citing the reason that the Inspector General of Intelligence is the one who's got a jurisdiction on this matter. So I took the docket, case docket from court, and I stopped the disciplinary matter. I channeled both of them to the Inspector General of Intelligence. The Inspector General of Intelligence is a late Advocate Hadebe. She worked with an advocate that is currently, or is not within Inspector General now, but she's practicing. I gave both of them the letters, these cases, departmental and criminal. And I received a response from Advocate Khatebe, the Inspector General, on a disciplinary matter, where he says, charge the CFO, was Major General Lazarus at the time, charge the CFO and not Mdluli, because it's a CFO that knows how to manage the secret fund account, and he used that to benefit Mdluli. Mdluli didn't know anything about it. So Mdluli is clear. So this is in black and white I receive. But I then said, I told Mdluli and the minister at the time that, yeah, the Inspector General is saying this, but I'm not going to implement this because I want a response on a criminal matter. Imagine me uplifting Mdluli's suspension, he comes to work, and the very same Inspector General says, I must take the case docket back to court, and Mdluli must go and face a criminal case while he's back at work. It's going to look bad for me, not good governance. So I said, I'm going to wait until I get the second response. The second response came on the phone call. Inspector General said, please come, bring that letter I gave you, because I want to withdraw it. So my question was, why do you want to withdraw? And she says, no, we have studied the case docket, and the reason advanced by the National Director of Public Prosecution is misplaced. We as Inspector General are not responsible for criminal investigation, but our investigation results into us producing reports to Parliament, Joint Standing Committee, not to take it to court. So this case, Mdluli must go and answer in court. So I gave her that letter. She withdrew it, and she wrote me a new letter to say Mdluli must go and face his music in court. So I then said to General Drama, DPCI, send the case back to court. And I called Advocate Jiba, Nomgcobo Jiba was the acting national director at the time of prosecution, and I informed her, I said, your deputy withdrew this case in court. I want you to now attend to it because you are the head of the NPA. And she said she's in China at the time, I must send it back to Mkhwanazi. And then I told the disciplinary team that continue with the disciplinary case on Mdluli. But now, to my surprise, commissioners, that Advocate Mkhwanazi wrote a second letter. And he said, I'm the National Prosecution Authority, we're working independently. I've taken a decision on this matter, therefore it's finalized, closed. That's how that case of Jaram Mdluli died, by the signature of Advocate Mkhwanazi at the highest office of the NPA. So he killed that case like that. I'm glad now he's resurfacing against that corruption case. But it should have been dealt with then. But we had the players of Advocate Mkhwanazi in the highest office of the prosecution who decided, don't charge Mdluli. As I said, commissioners, when you do something that is bizarre, you make me to start asking questions. So I started asking questions as to why is this behavior? So as I was digging more, I started seeing a different picture, which maybe I might reflect to later. But the details of this thing I'm talking about is in the affidavit that I deposited at Zondo Commission. Feel free, it's annexed, I think here, SC.
MK22, General.
Yeah, MK22. You'll be able to read it because it's got details. It's quite a lengthy affidavit that I deposited about my experience at Crime Intelligence in 2011 to 2012 when I was acting, and how the secret fund account was misused by the players within Crime Intelligence that are still there today, that are fighting Khumalo today. They were there then, they are still there today. So there's never been any cleansing of Crime Intelligence, which is something the Commission, I would want you to pay attention on it. But this issue of Mkhwanazi to suddenly shut down the criminal investigation, which was a concern to me, and on it, while we are continuing with the departmental matter, after having received this letter from advocate to say Mdluli must go to court, I received a phone call from the same Inspector General of Intelligence when I was driving home. She said, I must come back and bring back that decision, the final decision she made about the criminal case, because she has risked her career with making that decision of saying Mdluli must be charged. She wants to withdraw that letter. So when I asked her, but why you want to withdraw the letter of a criminal case? You've read the case and you wrote to me and you say, Mdluli must go and face the music. Why do you want to withdraw it? And she said, no. It's my career now in line. So I need to withdraw that. I made a wrong decision. I should not have said Mdluli must be charged, which means she charged the wrong people in the higher echelon of maybe within the police structures or in government, that did not want Mdluli to be charged. And I refused to come back and withdraw the letter. And then I received a phone call from the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthetwa, commissioners. I went to his residence in Waterkloof. And when I arrived there, the Inspector General is sitting on one side of the table, Mr. Mthetwa is sitting on the other side of the table. The minister says to me that I forced the Inspector General of Intelligence to write the letter that says, Mkhwebi is wrong, this matter must go to court. She said, I forced her. Then I told her, I said, no, Minister, Advocate Khateb is an old woman. She's an advocate. How can I point a gun at her and force her to write a letter? Besides, when this letter was written in her office, and she actually is not the author of the letter. The author of the letter is Advocate J. Govender, who is an experienced prosecutor person who's working in that office. She's the one that drafted the letter, not you, not the Inspector General of Intelligence. The minister didn't want to hear any of that. A simple say, we must stop prosecuting Mdluli, we must stop disciplinary case against Mdluli. Now, if we talk about political interference, that was the worst I've ever experienced. At that time, Commissioner, I come from the specialized operation. The only thing I know is to chase criminals. And I'm promoted to become the acting National Commissioner, and I'm confronted with this in front of me. And I said, but this is not what I signed for when I joined the police. This can't be right. The minister can't give me these instructions. Then I said to the minister, Minister, maybe you brought me into this position and you thought you were going to use me as a pawn because perhaps of my age or whatever, but you are wrong. I'm not going to do that. If you want me to stop charging Mdluli, you must put it in black and white. And then the minister said, no, Inspector General, you must give something in writing to the National Commission to stop this investigation. Inspector General said, no, come with me to my office so I can give you a letter.
In the light of Mr. Mkhwebi's final decision, was there an ongoing investigation?
It stopped there, Commissioner. I'm told that case started again afresh. So I don't know what's the status of it. I don't know who's handling it, but I've heard that it has started again. But that time, that's where it died.
I'm asking in the light of you saying the minister said stop the investigation.
Well, it stopped because the case could not be enrolled in court because the second letter of Mkhwebi that says stop. And after that, Advocate Bredenbach left NPA and became a parliamentarian. Maybe she will come here and tell you what happened because she's the one who was handling that docket. I don't know the details within NPA, what politics was happening there. But I believe that is one of maybe the things that might motivated her to leave NPA. I do not know. But I'm talking about experience I had, was that Mkhwebi had written a first letter and referred to the Inspector General. Inspector General responded back and said, this is not my terrain. And Mkhwebi write another letter and say, my final decision. And that was the end of that case. But coming back now to the stopping of a disciplinary part, because although they are saying this in court, but disciplinary is within my control, I'm not going to stop it, not unless they write to me and they say I must stop. Inspector General, remember I said, Commissioners, is the one who have an oversight role within the 6-rand fund account. So what she says to me in black and white, I must believe it because she's the one who's responsible for monitoring the abuse of this fund and whether it is used according to the rules set out within the intelligence space. So before I left with her to the house, I told the minister that I'm done acting. If you think me being the acting national commissioner, I must now bow down to the wrong illegal instructions that you're giving me. His words was, I didn't appoint you, it's the president that appointed you. So I told the president, I'll go and meet with him, but I'm done acting. So I went to the Inspector General's office, and I don't know whether it's my ancestors or whatever that helped me, because the letter that she had written me first, that cleared Mdluli and said I must charge the CFO, which she later withdrew, she did not destroy the letter. She archived that letter. And she issued me another letter which contradicts that one. Remember, the first letter said Mdluli is clean. Now that she's giving me another letter that talks about the case, she's saying, no, Mdluli is not clean. He must go to court. So those two letters are contradicting each other. But instead of destroying the first letter, she didn't. She archived it, and she withdrew that from the archive. She gave it to me. So I took that and I walked. contacted the president and I told the president, I'm done acting. Then the president said, no, I'm going to get someone. And I went to meet management. I told all the generals, said, prepare your exit because whoever is going to come is going to deal with you harshly. And indeed, that's what happened, commissioners. The general PR was appointed and I was made to go and sit at home in Montana for the whole year, which was fine.
I noticed that it's a good few minutes after 1.
Yes, Chair.
Advocate Cele.
Absolutely.
I understood this to be an introduction to a point that what used to happen is still continuing. Between you and the general, you may want to discuss whether we want to go into this much detail on
In fact,
on the point.
not, Chair. But my assessment is actually he has delivered his message. His intention, in terms of the statement, was to indicate that whatever political interference he references now is not a new occurrence in his personal experience.
Yes.
The detail of what he speaks to is that entire submission at MK22, and which is the detail he has gone into. It's not entirely necessary for your purposes. You can read it at your leisure. And after lunch, I think General would be ready to move on to the next point now. Or,
Yes.
Unless you'd still want to touch on, to finalize anything of significance and insofar as historical interference is concerned.
Basic commissioners, why I'm referencing to this as I attached on the annex is that the challenges that I highlighted in the media on the 6th of July, it was a history repeating itself to my assessment. And I said, it cannot be that I allowed the Mdlula era, the Minister Mthetwa era, and under President Zuma to happen like that it's happening again now, and I keep quiet. I have a responsibility to bring this to the attention of the executive authority and to Parliament. And in failing that, I was left with no choice to tell the people that employed me, which are the citizens of South Africa, that what's going on in our system. So that's where my submission is, and I invite you to really look at that lengthy affidavit I deposited at the Zondo Commission.
Yes.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. Let's adjourn until 2 p.m.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. General Mkhwanazi, at the time we broke for lunch, you had just completed a topic, historical interference. We move on within your statement. And you have a topic starting at paragraph 261. That, 259. That topic is headed simply General Sibiya. Kindly contextualize for the Commission the issues you address under this heading, and then you may begin to testify on the various aspects thereof.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Commissioners, as we continue presenting the picture that we're seeing as we're investigating these interferences, one player in this puzzle is General Sibiya. So I want to invite the Commission to understand perhaps the background of General Sibiya, his arrival in the police, and his responsibility as a person appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner in the police. What I know of is that General Sibiya was appointed as a General Lieutenant General, promoted to Lieutenant General in the police in July 2022. And I said earlier, the post of a Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. It's a heartbeat of the South African Police Service. That is where, according to the structure of the police, the organogram, that is where crime intelligence accounts, that is where investigations account, and that is where forensic accounts. So Shadrack Sibiya was afforded that opportunity in July 2022 to be appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner occupying this position. But before that, if commissioners allow me to backtrack, prior to his arrival in the South African Police Service, Shadrack Sibiya was appointed in the South African Police Service in 2022 after he had won a court case. He was originally an employee of the service and was working within DPCI before that, and he was dismissed from the service and he appealed his dismissal. A dismissal, I'm told, that the employer, which is South African Police that dismissed him, did not oppose in court. Subsequent to that, the court ruled in his favor that he must be reinstated into the service. But when that happened, at the time, Shadrack Sibiya was employed at the City of Johannesburg Metro Municipality. Well, I'm not going to dwell much on what was his function at Johannesburg Metro, but it's just interesting to, I'm going to be making comparison of what I became aware of on the record, which is a public knowledge of things that involves him at the City of Johannesburg, and I contrast that to what is happening in the South African Police Service. So when he was appointed, before he was appointed, the City of Johannesburg, upon learning that Shadrack Sibiya is going to be starting his work in the South African Police Service, the City of Joburg felt that it is important to bring to the attention to the Minister of Police about the pending investigation against Shadrack Sibiya at the City of Johannesburg.
General, for purposes of precision, is that a specific person within the City of Johannesburg or the council, it's the city itself? Who do you say brought this to their attention?
I want to invite the commissioners to look at MK23. It's on page 477 on my, start from 477 to, and it ends at 478 on the annexures. So these which are attached here is what I'm referring to, commissioners, that the City of Johannesburg wrote to the Minister of Police, and they delivered a letter by hand, which the Minister of Police acknowledged it on the 20th of June, 2022. And the Minister of Police at the time was Shadrack Sibiya. This letter, I'm going to read the heading. It reads as follows: urgent request for the Minister of Police to intervene on the failure to disclose evidence of fraud and corruption which involves 3.5 million rand of unlawful benefit and 580 million rand irregular expenditure to the City of Johannesburg Municipality Council and the South African Police Service.
Perhaps to, or if I may, to further contextualize that heading, you might want to read paragraph 2 of that letter, which confines the request to a specific person. And give
Perhaps
the
maybe
purpose.
before I continue reading that, commissioners, this letter is addressed, as I said, to the Minister of Police. It comes from the executive head at the office of the City Manager of Johannesburg in Braamfontein, and this letter was copied to the Speaker of the Council. And this letter is dated the 20th of June, 2022. and it was signed by Mesuli Mlandu, the Executive Director at the City Manager's Office. The paragraph 2 of this letter, if I read it as written here, I request an intervention of the Minister on the concealment from the Council and the hoax of evidence of fraud and corruption which involves the employment of Mr. S. Sibiya, the head of Department for Group Forensic and Investigation Services, HOD of GFIS in bracket, in receiving 3.5 million rand of unlawful gratification and causing 580 million of irregular expenditure. The letter is written, as I said, this is just part of the content of the letter addressed to the Minister of Police. So it's already warning about some irregularities within the city of Johannesburg that involves Mr. S. Sibiya. And they are saying here that as the city, they are writing this thing, bringing to the Minister of Police as contained on paragraph 6, if I may read it.
Perhaps you might want to start at paragraph 3 before you move to 6.
Paragraph 3. The paragraph 3 reads, "It is urgent because I am advised that Mr. Sibiya may soon be taking up a senior position in the South African Police Service as from the 1st of July 2022, and thus escape being held accountable. I can also confirm that the then acting city manager, Mr. F. Brink, first reported this matter to the Gauteng MEC for local government, and the MEC did not intervene."
Then you can move to paragraph 6 you originally intended to read.
Yeah, paragraph 6 reads as follows: "Therefore, to assist council with these legal obligations, I request the minister to urgently intervene and cause the evidence in the attached report to be tabled before council. Also considering that Mr. Sibiya is still a city employee until he takes up employment with SAPS from the 1st of July 2022, the Minister of Cocta will be notified of this matter." So this is a letter that is written by the city of Johannesburg, and it is addressed to the Minister of Police.
Why, and of what relevance is it to your testimony?
The relevance of this is that the city felt that it is important for them to bring to the attention of the executive authority in the South African Police Service about the risk associated with the person that is coming to the organization. In June already, before he started his appointment in July. And they are flagging the 3.5 million rand ratification and the irregular expenditure that amounts to 580 million rand, of which was incurred. That seems to suggest that it happened under his leadership in the position that he was occupying as a forensic head in the city of Johannesburg.
In your statement, in paragraphs 266 and 267, in fact up to 268, you succinctly capture the challenge, firstly the issue of how the minister dealt with what was brought to his attention and the challenges that you have with the manner in which it was handled.
Please, before you go on, General, just explain to me the request made in paragraph 6 of the letter. Is the minister referred to there must be the minister to whom the letter is addressed, which is the Minister of Police, or not?
That is correct.
Now, what I don't understand is why somebody employed by the municipality should be requesting the Minister of Police to intervene and cause the evidence relating to what is being alleged to be tabled before council. Why should that be done by the Minister of Police?
Commissioner, the reason why the city wrote this letter to the Minister of Police, I cannot explain. But what of an interest to me is that the city is already flagging a risk that is associated with the individual that is coming to us. That there is this what the city is having a problem with, gratification of 3.5 million and a regular expenditure of 580 million that the city suffered as a result of this individual that we want to take, or
So-
that is coming to the organization.
So from where you are sitting, whatever the motivation for the writing of the letter, it does not matter to you. Your concern is more that the issue of the gratification had been flagged. That's what your concern is. That's what your issue is.
That is true, Commissioner. In an ordinary working of, especially in a department like the police, that is charged with the responsibility of upholding and enforcing the law, that you are warned of a person that you are about to employ who's questionable. And if proven these allegations, it will prove to be disastrous in the police. And at least with this warning, the management should have taken a decision of not placing this person in the heartbeat of the police. I mentioned earlier the position where he ended. But I must speed up, Commissioner, and say he arrived in the police as a Major General. When he left, he was dismissed from the service. And that was as a result of the disciplinary case surrounding the rendition of the Zimbabweans that were transported to Zimbabwe. So it was based on that, he was dismissed. There was an appeal on the dismissal. As I said earlier, the very same employer that dismissed him did not oppose that appeal. So as a result, the court ruled in his favor. So when he comes back, the organization takes him back because there's a court order now. But with this warning that comes, and I must then maybe retract back to say the employment in terms of what the Act is saying, the National Commissioner remains responsible for the employment, but there was an incident that happened back in the organization a couple of years back where there's a section in the Police Act that empowers the National Commissioner to promote a person without advertising a position, can elevate you to another position. So it happened that Gerald Khan from Crime Intelligence was a colonel in the police, was promoted from a rank of a colonel to a Major General at Crime Intelligence by the acting commissioner at the time was Gerald Mutiba. And that upsetted the minister at the time, was Minister Mbalula, who was the head of the, was executive authority in the police. And that triggered the ministry amending the regulations on the Police Act. And that amendment, it brought about the consultation with the ministry before you appoint. That's why I'm making a reference to it that in terms of regulation 39.4 of the police regulation, an appointment on this level of a Major General and higher must be made in consultation with the minister. So therefore, the letter with this warning addressed to the Minister of Police, then the minister had an obligation, because the question is, so he had an obligation to share this with the National Commissioner. I do not know whether it happened or not. But what I know is that Shadrack Sibiya was appointed into the police and not, remember, when he left, he was at DPCI. When he came back, he was given a post of the head of organized crime in the police, at the head office. That's where he started. This is July 2022. Commissioners, fast forward. General Sibiya then gets promoted by the same organization that fired him and that released him when he made an appeal that did not oppose his appointment, that appoints him despite this warning from the city. Then the organization promotes him within a year.
Maybe I'm missing something. The letter from Mr. Mlandu
Yes,
refers to a commencement date.
which was the 1st of July,
Yes.
2022.
So that means he had already been appointed, but he had not yet assumed duties.
I like to believe, I do not know of the court date. The court had already issued a ruling about his dismissal, and the court ruled that he must be reinstated, but he must apply for that reinstatement. So I like to believe that that administration process must have happened because the city became aware that he's leaving the city back into the police.
General, if I may, I think the chair is making a slightly different point.
Yeah.
Regard being held to the date of the letter from the city. That letter you said is dated the 20th of June. And it points out that General Sibiya was to assume duty in SAPS on the 1st of July, which was about 10, which was about less than 2 weeks after the minister received the letter. So we are past the court decision. It was a question of when the minister gets to know and when he is assuming duty, and that was about 2 weeks from the date of the letter. So that is the context in which the chair poses his question.
Yes, I'm referring to the very last part of paragraph 6, which refers to the start date as 1 July 2022, start date within SAPS.
Yes.
Yes. When you referred to these facts, which were indicating that there was at least allegations of impropriety, before I intervened just now, you referred to his appointment, General Sibiya's appointment. So I came in because I thought he had already been appointed, hence the commencement date of the 1st of July 2022.
Commissioner, you might be right, but I'm not privy to the administration process. What I know is that the court made a ruling. I don't have the date of the court judgment, but subsequent to that, as the court ruled that he must make a submission and application, which then must be considered by the organization, and then he must come and start. So whether when this notice come, he had already signed a contract for the position or not, I do not know. However, it does not take away that as an organization that is responsibility is to enforce the law, even if you've signed a contract with an individual, the moment you become aware of the risk that is coming to the organization, you ought to pause and reflect and conduct your due diligence to make sure that there is no risk that is going to be brought by this individual into the organization. But it seems like that did not happen. So he commenced in the organization on the 1st of July. So I'm not going to talk much about what the minister did in relation to the letter, whether did the National Commission know about the risk that was flagged in the letter. I'm not in a position to answer that. But I know that there was this warning before he comes in. What becomes strange to me is that first he becomes a Major General at Detective Service. And a year later, he gets promoted. Now he's promoted to the heartbeat of the police, so he's no longer responsible for organized crime alone. He's now responsible for the entire investigation, including crime intelligence, including forensic. Well, the National Commission has got powers to appoint. It's just strange that the same organization dismissed this man. A year later, when he applies to court, the same organization doesn't appeal, doesn't file papers to oppose that court process. And the same organization brings him back and promotes him a year later. I don't know what he has done on his performance agreement that was so exceptional on this term when he comes back, despite this warning that justified this promotion to get into this position. But this is for me became the risk that the organization should have foreseen back then, and we find ourselves here with an individual who came into the organization with this questionable background. I must maybe speed up, Commissioner, and indicate that amongst of the things that which I will read into record the things that he's been accused of in the city of Johannesburg as he comes in, amongst others was some procurement or some intelligence devices, which I then find it strange because, well, before I read the terms of reference of the city of Johannesburg, because there's an inquiry currently that is ongoing in the city of Johannesburg that perhaps is not publicized. I'm going to read the terms of reference of the inquiry that are written for public knowledge about the same person. And one of the concerning here is that there is an equipment that is an intelligence equipment that was bought by the city. But before I elaborate on that much, I've already made a reference to the annex of the letter from City of Johannesburg. But I want to draw the attention to the commissioners also to look at the terms of reference on an inquiry that the City of Johannesburg, which is flowing from that indication of 2022, June 20.
That's MK 24, you referenced that at your paragraph 269.
I want to invite the commissioners to go into that annexure as it's reflected there on my statement. And I'm going to read on record. I'm not going to read the entire terms of reference from the City of Johannesburg on an inquiry about this matter. It reads, the terms of reference required the SIIC to inquire into, among others. The SIIC refers to the Special and Independent Investigation Committee. It's abbreviated as such. Number one, allegations of fraud in the establishment of the GFIS in the city of Johannesburg. Commissioner, I want to make sure that these abbreviations and acronyms are read on record. The GFIS stands for Group Forensic and Investigation Services. Group Forensic and Investigation Services.
And just for the record, the full name is provided at paragraph 263 of the statement. Thank you, General.
The allegation of fraud in establishment of this GFIS in the city of Johannesburg, and which Shadrack Sibiya was appointed the group head of. Number two, allegations of fraud, corruption, maladministration, and breach of law in the appointment of the head of GFIS. Number three, allegation of fraud, corruption, maladministration, and breaches of law regarding the implementation of rogue, clandestine, and unlawful investigations by GFIS, particularly the unlawful procurement and or deployment of snooping device called the digital forensic equipment, which is used to remotely access, intercept, and store electronic information from various gadgets without authorization.
Sorry, General, are you reading from your statement or from the terms of reference?
I'm reading from my statement.
Oh, okay. We were in the terms of reference.
Oh, my bad.
Apologies, at paragraph 270, he extracts some of the terms of reference from annexure MK24. So he made a selection of 3. They're quite extensive.
Commissioners, as I said, the terms of reference are attached as an annex on my document that is before you. I'm not the author here, but this is coming from the city of Johannesburg. But what strikes me on this one, Commissioner, as I said earlier, incidents of 2011, as I saw them repeating themselves now, and I started reflecting back then. When I was acting National Commission in 2011, I became aware of the procurement of similar type of devices. And they were procured by DPCI with a sole service provider. It cost over 3 million rand, and the person who signs off and approving on that was a national commissioner back then, 2010, which was Shadrack Sibiya. And the very same individual was at DPCI where those gadgets were bought. I don't know which company supplied then. I don't even know which company supplied the similar thing to the city of Johannesburg. My biggest concern about this, commissioners, back then, I took a decision to direct that DPCI is not supposed to be in possession of such equipment. That equipment must be sent to crime intelligence, and it was done as such. So that's a concerning thing for me, that there is this digital forensic equipment. I know there's a relationship with some investigators that are in South Africa with General Sibiya. They always go out publicly. I'm not saying that it's them that supply this, but this is called snooping equipment that can access information of people remotely. It is bought at DPCI back then, 2010. We moved it to crime intelligence. It is now bought in the city of Johannesburg. The same common denominator, same person is involved. We don't know whether he bought it from the same. I know the one, because I have records of the one of 2010. It was bought, delivered from the kingdom. Facilitated that purchase. I don't know the supplier or from the same country and who facilitated that. What concerns me the most, Commissioner, trying to find out, perhaps the city of Johannesburg would be able to shed light in future on this, to try and, I'm trying to establish as to where is this equipment today. General Sibiya left the city of Johannesburg. There's an inquiry now launched by the city of Johannesburg, which I will invite the public perhaps to follow. But what is key for me is to find out, where is this? Could it be that this equipment is still with the city of Johannesburg? Or could it be still in a position of the person that acquired this? I don't know. I'm not going to conclude. But what is very interesting for me is to see that there seems to be that warning of the city of Johannesburg of 2022 is confirmed now with these terms of reference that they did warn the organization, hence this inquiry on the city of Johannesburg. That's when I'm beginning to connect the dots, commissioners. So I'm not, as I said, I'm not suggesting that whatever that happened in the city of Johannesburg, the allegations leveled against General Sibiya are true or not. I guess the inquiry will establish that. But I'm interested to know if there was such an equipment. I'm interested to know where is the equipment now.
You conclude this at paragraph 275, and you have made a request that a slide be projected, which you intend to speak to. So if you could just draw your conclusion, and then the slide will be projected, and then you can address yourself to the slide. Thank you, General.
Yeah, commissioners, in all this is that the heartbeat of the SAPS, that position is occupied by the person who was dismissed from the service, who comes back a year later after coming back, is then promoted to that position. It is the same environment that when the issues of the disbandment of the political killings task team, the head of that environment has got letters written that interfered with the work of the political task team without. It's a position in the organization is very senior and very critical. So a person occupying that position must be beyond reproach. It is a person who his ethical standard must be above them, all of us. I'm not saying that General Sibiya does not have that. I'm saying that he did not have that. But as we are investigating and we are pitting up the picture that emerges, which I'm not going to talk about it, but it takes me to going back to question whether did the minister and the national commissioner do the right thing at the beginning by appointing General Sibiya in that position. So I want to draw you into this analysis and the picture that I'm beginning to see which is on 275. As we are doing our things as the police, please put a slideshow so we can blow it up.
Can you just give us the date of the promotion before you go to the slideshow? You keep saying a year later he was promoted.
Commissioners, I don't have the exact date of the promotion, but a promotion happened a year later.
Was Minister Cele still minister?
At that time, I'm speaking under correction, I don't want to lie. I did not confirm exactly. That's why I don't know the promotion date. I don't even know when that process started. Similar to what the Commissioner was asking me earlier. When the City of Johannesburg writes a letter on the 20th of June 2022, and Shadrack Sibiya was going to start on the 1st of July, whether he had signed the employment contract already with the organization by then, I don't know. Similar to this one, when he was promoted to the position of the Deputy National Commissioner, I know it happened a year later, but whether at that time was the Minister Cele in the office or not, and whether did Minister to his promotion, I do not know. I guess the National Commission will explain that. But what I want to flag here before his arrival in the organization was a concern. That should have been a concern for everyone. But it looks like the organization somehow did not take that serious, hence they placed him in that position. So what I'm showing on the screen as I asked that is on PowerPoint presentation.
Apologies, it's gone on the blink. While they put up your presentation, may I say to Commissioner Khumalo, we have taken that point on board. We will establish and we will revert with the date of his promotion.
And I think it's relevant to the Regulation 39 issue, because I saw that if you follow the question the Chair asked earlier, assuming that when he first came back in July 2022, they were not aware of what was happening in the city of Joburg. A year later, they would have known, because the letter from City of Joburg is 2022.
Well, in fact, it's slightly different. It's before he assumed office,
Yes.
It came to their attention in June 2022. Yes. Between 2022 and 2024, when the City of Johannesburg formally launched, he was promoted in that period, intervening. Yes. There's your slide, General, if you could lead us through it.
Yeah, Commissioner, you might be confused with too many blocks and everything in that slide, but it is what, as we are investigating, that we're beginning to see that, and I want to concentrate myself on this slide on General Cele, the National Commissioner, and General Sibiya. You will see at the bottom of General Sibiya the lines that are connected to him, that crime intelligence, detective service, and forensic service, they report directly to him. And we know that there is this connect of everything. General Cele leaves, but what is also part of the investigation that we're picking up is that when the contract of 360 million rand was awarded to Mr. Matlala and the police, General Cele was the Minister of Police. I'm not saying that he had a role to play on that one, but I'm just saying it's something interesting to look at, because we see communication that the team will come and reflect on between the very same Mr. Matlala and General Cele, the communication as we have listed there, which dates back to December last year, 2024, how they've been communicating. So it's not only about the arrest of Matlala, there is communication prior to that, and further evidence that we picked up, exchange of monies and the likes. I guess General Khumalo will elaborate more on that when they come in with the investigation team. I don't want to get into it. But it's just interesting to know that Matlala and Cele have got a relationship and there's money exchanges between. And this is a man that was appointed in the police to be a health risk manager of the service. And the connection that we have put it here linked to Shadrack Sibiya in all directions, top, left, right, bottom, in all angles. And this becomes a worry because, as I said, this is a heartbeat of the organization. And when we are having the red flags on the left, which is the syndicate, 2 of them already in custody, we have others that we haven't mentioned. And we are having the ghost on the right, black and white, which include so-called experts out there that are spreading wrong information, so-called media journalists that are in there, many parties that you see there on the black, and going up top right corner, you see the entities of government, which will include IDEC, IGI, that are party to this chaos that we are seeing, and the engagement they're having with the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu now, Mogotsi in the Chief of Staff. So this picture is what comes to the fore, and it gets us worried that, and we begin to question, how did this man come into this organization? Could it be this? We ignore the warning from the city of Johannesburg, and we end up here today. So I'm going to leave it here, Commissioners, and move to the next item.
You indicated that other witnesses will come speak to this slide in the fullness of time, and I accept that that's where you want to leave it at this point. Having disposed of that, then, that leads us to our next topic, which starts at your paragraph 276, which you had attempts to seek redress. A quick look through of what you address here. Basically, you've dealt with over the course of your 3-day testimony. You don't have to repeat. You may perhaps just want to deal with paragraph 276, which, as I understand it, is a summary of all the steps you took in an attempt to address what you call it 276, ongoing threats to the criminal justice system. Do you see where I am in your statement?
Yes.
So if you could just highlight those steps just in a summary form, because I think we've spent the past 3 days technically speaking through each one of them.
Yeah, if I'm going to summarize, Commissioners, they are there on a statement for your ledger in reading, but the first one, I spoke about it earlier before lunch, that I made a submission to the Zondo Commission because I wanted to reflect specifically the problems that are within crime intelligence and the involvement of the security cluster in the form of NPA in defeating the end of justice or stopping investigations that are continuing, and the executive authority at the time, the role that was played by Minister Mthetwa in dealing with the Mdluli matter, and police officers within the organization at a senior level. I wanted to reflect that. So I'm not going to dwell on it. The statement is before you, the affidavit is before you. I had not only through the National Commission or anyone else, but I went to Minister.
You do indicate that you didn't get the opportunity to appear.
I approached the commission and requested to present myself and make a submission, and they assigned an investigating officer who came and he took the affidavit from me. So that's how it was deposited, because I had reached out to the commission to try and get a platform where I can reflect on the experience, on the things that I had that are within the organization. So it was my effort. I was not necessarily invited for it. I went on my own. And thereafter, Commissioners, I seeked an audience with the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, as I said, talking to the Chief of Staff immediately after learning of the letter. Chief of Staff did not facilitate that meeting. And I even went outside the structures other than talking to the National Commissioner to try and secure this meeting with the Minister. I wrote the Minister a message myself when I requested a meeting. He acknowledged that, but he never afforded me the opportunity to meet with him. And I must say that I ended up breaking these protocols by approaching Parliament. And I made contact with the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Honorable Ian Cameron, and I must appreciate that he did his best to arrange for me to come and appear before the Commission, which I did. And I presented, which I referenced on the record on the 5th of March. But even that presentation still did not help with anything. They listened to me, but it did not solve anything. And what is worse, the 5th is presentation, the following day, the 6th, the ministers having the National Commission, I'm told, in the meeting, and they're discussing the disbandment of the team still. All these things I'm flaking about Mogotsis and the likes, the Member of Parliament, Mr. Adams, who was in that meeting, I present, General Khumalo present the commission to get extracts of that. We present serious things that are happening in the police, but the members of Parliament, especially Mr. Adams, was not, and he was more focused on General Khumalo, and appointment of General Khumalo, and everything wrong with crime intelligence, and it was disturbing because, and subsequent to that, we felt that. But to do two things. One of them was to register a case on a defeating edge of justice against the people that were behind the close of the withdrawal of this investigation of KZN. So we have a case that is currently running as a complainant. I hope and pray that pretty soon those involved will be brought to court. We will soon hear about that. I trust the investigation team that to help us on this. But beside that, I then felt it is important then, commissioners, that the 68 million plus citizens of this country, they are the ones that signed the Constitution, and they gave us a mandate, and they gave us a responsibility to protect them. Get to a stage where we are really failing to protect them, it is important that we alert the citizens that our efforts to try and create safety in their lives is not being realized because of these obstacles. So hence we are here today. Thanks to the community, to people of South Africa for listening to us, and the media, I said earlier, for making it possible for us with our clients out there by publishing our July 6 briefing.
Okay, that sums up the efforts you made up to and leading to the 6th of July briefing. Yes, Commissioner.
General, at paragraph 288, this is where you're discussing, starting at 287, the meeting of the 16th of May, 2025. Now, at 288, you a reference to your request for a meeting with the minister at 288. Can you just explain that a bit?
Commissioners, I sent the Minister of Police a WhatsApp directly, which he acknowledged. And I made a screenshot of that. I have a copy of that WhatsApp. When the minister invited myself and the National Commission to come and meet with him on the 16th of May in his official residence here at the Union Building, in that email, there were the first time slot was going to be the minister, the National Commissioner, and Lt Gen Sibiya. The second meeting was going to be the minister, myself, and Lt Gen Sibiya. So that's why I knew that the National Commissioner will appear there before me. So I flew from Durban, and I arrived, and the minister asked me to wait for the National Commissioner to come. Yes, I waited. Lt Gen Sibiya was there, and the minister, National Commissioner came. And then the minister walked into the boardroom, so we ended up being 4 in the meeting. Not expect the National Commission did not include him. But he was invited. I still asked him, I said, what are you doing here? And he said, no, well, I was invited. Even the minister in his opening remarks said, yes, National Commission was not supposed to be here, but I thought it is important for him to be here. The purpose of that meeting in public, that the minister decided to let me, he can create peace between me and Lt Gen Sibiya. That was the purpose of the meeting on the day. But when he started, he acknowledged my request for, and he said, I do acknowledge that you asked to see me. You wanted to talk to me, but I will grant you that opportunity next time. But for today, I've called you for this peace talk between you and Sibiya, nothing else. So that's really what this paragraph is saying, because that is what the meeting was about, and we spoke about that, and then I went back to KZN.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, that then would lead us to your paragraph 305 under the heading Claims of Failure to Follow Protocol. Just a quick comment there. What are you communicating under that heading?
Commissioners, I demonstrated that I've been a member of the South African Police Service for over 30 years. I understand my role as a provincial commissioner, as a senior manager in the organization. I was trained. I did not arrive in the police in a high rank. I came in as a constable in the organization. So I understand the protocol of the police very well. As I became a senior manager in the police, I will have undergone training in the police, different management courses that I attended that teaches me on the protocol that exists in the police. How do you go about it? It's just unfortunately that when it goes out into the public that I broke protocol when I had that media briefing. I submit that accusation is unfair and is unfounded. They are criticizing me for something that they don't know what it exists in the police as protocols. Beside the fact that we always address the media from time to time as our provincial commissioners were responsible for. But for that day, I took a liberty to tell the National Commissioner that I'm going to be having a media briefing. And he asked me what for, and I said for the political task team. And indeed, the briefing was about the political task team, just to indicate why this task team is disbanded. It is because of what we have discovered. So that's what really the briefing. And it's unfortunate that there are many people that call themselves experts, lawmakers, analysts that blame me for having breached the protocol. Perhaps they will come before this commission and say, this is a protocol of police that Mkhwanazi broke on the 6th of July. But I submit before this commission that I did not break any protocol. Because if that was the case, intention, I'll be the first one to admit that yes, indeed, I broke protocol. But I would have believed that action will already be taken against me for having broken protocol. I did not break any protocol.
Okay, thank you. The next chapter.
Advocate Cele,
Oh, yes,
before you
yes,
leave
Commissioner.
that section, General, even the commissioners who watch television, you can take it from me that we saw the media briefing on 6 July 2025. You talked about protocol, which means following official channels. I'm more curious about the dress code on the day and the fact that people who appeared were armed. Just give us a general picture. Is that normally how your team dresses on the day?
Although we have to now display our tactical strategies in public, but commissioners, as we're investigating and this picture coming together, then we start realizing that we now have to move from being a service provider to society to becoming a force in order for us to prevent the Alcadors and the Mexicos to happen in this country. Because the threat, the enemy that we saw that is infiltrating crime intelligence, is infiltrating parliament, and is controlling our executive authority and going into the heart, which is investigation. To date, I'm speaking to you, the Matlalas and the likes, if you go and see the record of cases thrown against Matlala, more than 18 here in this province. And you really realize that you can no longer wear a tie and face this fight. So this is a fight that requires for one to apply the tactics that is learned over years. And one had to draw on experience I had in the task force of saying, how do you deal with a terrorist? And because as I see it now, I think this is terrorism. This is people who want to take over government, not through the ballot paper, but through these criminal activities. We must protect those goes to the voting station. Political parties exercise their rights, they vote, they appoint government. But if government is going to be taken in this fashion, it cannot happen under our name. So it's for that reason that we wanted to communicate a message to South Africa that we are ready, and communicate a message to this drug squad, politicians, the executive, police officers within law enforcement agencies, that we're ready for them. I presented earlier, I knew that I've got a target on my back. So for me, maybe you'll forgive me in saying this as a Zulu man. So I wanted to make sure that they get a message that we are.
I don't sneak up on a person. I face them directly.
So Commissioner, we were pushed to the corner that for us to counter this, what is happening, let's draw attention of South Africa for them to realize the battle that we're about to face. As I said, when we put that screen, that they are so-called experts, they are so-called forensic investigators, they are so-called journalists. There's a whole lot of people that are spreading news, feeding the narrative that has been perpetuated by these people internal. We have people in the organization that when a case is open, they take the docket and they keep it in their office and they don't investigate it. And we have evidence for that. The Deputy Provincial Commissioner Gauteng can be called into this commission. He will tell you the list of all these dockets that were opened. There is one of them, it's a kidnapped person which is allegedly Madlala is involved. That docket was in Gauteng, but an instruction came from the head office, Shadrack Sibiya's office, that we want that case docket. That docket is sitting in the head office. The mother of the kidnapped son, or the missing son, even contacted me because she can't find closure. And now we begin to see that who are people implicated, the Matlalas, and these investigations have been suppressed. We therefore cannot sit back, commissioners. We must take off our palaberam shoes and take off our blue uniform and wear boots and go and face the enemy directly.
Thank
So
you.
the short answer was the attire was a show of force.
You can put it goes beyond that. You have to win a psychological warfare. You need to win physical warfare. And while we're doing that, we're beginning to see suspension of some people that were blocking investigations. And we start seeing cases being enrolled that involve these people. I must say that that press briefing put about pressure to the people that were blocking these investigations. The team is working day and night, albeit the court putting Khumalo and the team outside to frustrate them, but they still find a way of pushing forward to make sure that collapse this entire enterprise that has developed in front of us for the safety of our children and for the safety of the citizens of this country.
Commissioner, that answers your question. Commissioner Khumalo. Thank you. The next chapter you deal under the heading retaliatory efforts, and just in brief, you contend that there are retaliatory efforts taken against you personally, or some of you, and the task team in general. From paragraph 311, you name two incidents, but just want to point out that from paragraph 311 under the heading, the Mpangeni matter, it's the one you narrated, I think, in detail before. So I would propose that perhaps you don't go through it in detail, but you link it to a subsequent issue that arose starting at your paragraph 319. But before you do so, just to close the Mpangeni matter, perhaps you might want to have regard to your paragraph 317 and 318, as regards specifically that matter, before you move on then.
Commissioners, I can indicate here that on the matter of Mpangeni that got me into the media, that involving those drugs and ammunition that were found in prison. After I had requested an inquiry be registered and be investigated, on the 14th of February 2025, Advocate Mkhwanazi of the NPA declined to prosecute on this matter on the position of drugs and ammunition. I believe that confirmed my suspicion that we couldn't prove that she is got to do with these 5 rounds of ammunition and these few pills that were found in a dustbin. So the NPA declined to prosecute on that matter.
And before you move on, you have attached the affidavit of Colonel Ndlovu and the NPA lettermark MK26. I apologize. You have attached Colonel Ndlovu's affidavit as well as the NPA letter, and both are MK26. Just to point out to the commissioners that the first document is the affidavit. The actual letter declining to prosecute is at 601 of that annexure. It's a handwritten entry, I think, into the investigation diary signed by Advocate Mkhwanazi.
That is correct, Commissioners, and if the Commission allow me to read on 601, the entry that was made by the advocate in that inquiry and his actual reasons for declining to prosecute. It reads as follows, and is dated the 14th of February 2025. I decline to prosecute Cele Joyce Ndlovu on the unlawful possession of ammunition and drugs. The photo album was received. It is clear that the above items were found outside her house in the dustbin where anyone would have access to. There will be no prospect of successful prosecuting Ms. Ndlovu, signed by the prosecutor. So, Commissioners, this goes to demonstrate exactly my suspicion on this matter as it started, that rather make this inquiry, take this thing to forensic lab, get forensic people to come in here, and I guess they did. That's why there's photograph, which means forensic people came, did a test DNA, took photos, and they filed it in an inquiry, and they couldn't prove that this person who sleeps in this house is responsible for the dustbin outside and the content that was inside the dustbin.
You then lead on to, from paragraph 319, on to IPID, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
I had indicated, thanks Commissioners, I indicated that an OB entry of Mpangeni surrounding this matter was brought to my attention by Mr. Mogotsi. And I said, this Mpangeni is in a policing area where the Minister of Police stays. And to my surprise, after all these incidents, on the 12th of March, I received a letter from IPID, the acting head of investigation at IPID, who wrote on his letter, the first paragraph, which says that they received a complaint of interference from the Minister of Police regarding alleged interference with the arrest of the senior correctional officer in January 2024. Incident happened in 2024. IPID sends this in March 2025. And they are saying the Minister of Police is the one who registered this complaint with them, in black and white.
Before you proceed, I see you are, I think, reading from MK27, is that correct, starting at page 603? There's the subject line of that document. It references Mpangeni with a case number of 03/001/2024. Is that the same case number as the Mpangeni matter that you say the NPA refused to prosecute, or is that a different one?
It's the same one,
Okay.
that the NPA declined to prosecute on. The Mpangeni matter Commissioners, if you see on 601 of the attachment, top right corner, the inquiry number, actually it was not a case, it was an inquiry. The inquiry number is dated 3/01/2024. So this is what the minister's letter, I assume, was referring to because, or the IPIT letter, although they said it's a case, it's not a case, it was not registered as a case, it was an inquiry.
Also, General, before you continue, so we don't get confused, the number at 601-301-2024, is that a date or an inquiry number? Is that the, because I see on the left column, there is a date of 14/2/2025. So that the number on the top right that you just read,
Yes,
is that a date or is that a formal entry number or
it's a
case
register.
number or?
Yeah, it's a registered number.
Okay.
What we do in the police when
Sorry,
we
it's
record.
because, I apologize, it's because you had called it a date and I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no,
It's not a date.
it's a, well, 3/01/2024. It is a reference number, 3, it's a reference number, slash the following numbers, it's a month, and slash the following numbers, it's a year. That's what, so it's a reference to the case number. If it's a
Understood.
case, if it's an inquiry, reference to the inquiry number. That's why it's 2024. It remains on the register like that.
And you maintain that it corresponds to what IPID
It
calls case number in the subject line?
That is correct. In the heading of IPIT letter, which is dated the 12th of March, 2025, they reference this Mpangeni case with those numbers, 3/01/2024.
Thank you. You may continue.
So in this letter, as I said, commissioners, maybe reading exactly paragraph 1 of the letter so that I can quote it verbatim. It reads as follows: kindly note that IPIT received a complaint of interference from the Minister of Police, registered as IPIT CCN 2025-020200. The matter falls within section 28, subsection 1H of IPIT Act number 1 of 2011. And the second paragraph, it then says, it is alleged that on Monday, the 8th of January 2024, at about 8:45 in the evening, 2045, an operation was conducted at Kalagabusha Prison residential area. The police went to a house number 3 and searched the premises. In the process, 5 rounds and 12 pills wrapped in a foil were found in a dustbin outside the house. The owner of the house, Ms. Nelly Ndlovu, was arrested and taken to the police station for detention. The items found in the dustbin were booked as exhibit in SAP 13 number 36/2023 and 37/2023, Mpangeni SAPS. It is further alleged that while the police were busy processing the suspect, they received a call from the provincial commissioner who instructed the team not to open a case against the suspect. Close quote. So this what formed the basis of IPIT to come and launch an investigation. Strange enough, commissioners, to date, I don't know what happened to this investigation of IPIT, but I can safely tell you that the current acting head of IPIT flew to KZN, and when he arrived in KZN, he had written a letter, 2-paragraph letter, that he did not sign, and that letter was in a car. And he came to apologize that they quoted a wrong person as a complainant, the minister. They shouldn't have done that, and the complainant was not the minister. When I asked him, but where were you when this letter was written? He said he was on leave. I said, but how do you justify the person who wrote the letter? Of all the people who can make an example or make a mistake on, why would you make a mistake of referring to a minister? I believe it is a minister that forced you, IPID, to launch an investigation on this. Well, of course, he denied that. He said it's not an IPID. When I asked him, but who it is, if it's not a minister, he said, no, it's an anonymous complaint. I said, no, you can't tell me that. Anonymous complaint, and yet you've written a minister. I was not born yesterday. And I asked him, so what are you coming to do here in my office? He said, no, I want to withdraw this letter. That is okay, what is it you have? He then asked my staff officer to get into the lift and go downstairs into the car and open his boot and take a folder and bring it to the office. And he opened the folder. There was this letter that was written, not signed. There are two paragraphs. First one, we are correcting that the complaint didn't come from the minister. The second paragraph, we don't have to submit a statement. He signed it in my presence. He asked me, are you happy with this? And I said, well, I don't have a problem. You want to give me this thing. You felt it is important for you to spend state money and fly from Pretoria to come here and sign this letter in front of me to withdraw that. Are you trying to cover up the minister or what? But he said, no, it's not covering up the minister. So he signed the letter, made a copy, and he left. That made me believe that he wanted that there can only be two copies, one from me and one from me, because he asked me not to release that copy, which I did not. But to date, I've never heard of IPID again, whether they're still investigating or not investigating. They will maybe come and explain after that what happened to that investigation. So this is but one of the examples that made me realize that this is now the minister's fight back, indirectly so. You might deny it, he denied it in public, but the IPID people made a mistake. An honest IPID member that compiled this letter and signed this letter, if he's brought to this commission under oath, he might say he was the minister, not the minister. I would like to hear what that member says under oath, because as we investigate, we might find the truth. And if he lies under oath, it might be troublesome.
That then brings you, General, to your paragraph 325 under a slightly different heading. This time it's the General Khumalo case. You want to highlight other aspects regarding this case. Remember that you had quite an extensive engagement with the chair when you were talking about concerns within the magistracy, and you referenced this particular case. And I think perhaps the issues you want to highlight, insofar as you claim are retaliatory actions against you or your task team members, are from 330, paragraph 330, by way of examples, without necessarily going into deeper detail. Are you able to summarize that in brief?
Yes, Commissioners, I can indicate, I said earlier with regard to how the team, GCI Ops, is being collapsed. The heart of it was Jaro Kumalo, Jaro Lekalakala, the people that are driving this operation, the CFO at Crime Intelligence that are driving this operation, Jaro Madondo, who is responsible for all these gadgets that were bought, moved from DPCI and the likes and brought there, was responsible for this. They were arrested by IDEC. I want to invite the Commission and the public in general to just go and revisit the Amendment Act of IDEC, of NPA, so they can be able to extract on the Section 7, the mandate of IDEC. They are charged with the responsibility of dealing with serious cases, very serious cases. But the arrest that happened on the case, as I said, remember, Commissioners, I said, Mr. Adams opened cases in Cape Town and opened cases in Johannesburg with no elements of crime on his statements. But this arrest is a result of a case in Brooklyn, Pretoria, where Mr. Adams is a complainant with a statement dated January 2025. I do not know whether Mr. Adams flew up to Pretoria to deposit another statement. But what is strange is that the complaint on this matter that got these members arrested is exactly the same complaint on the case that is in the position of IDEC that were open in Cape Town and Pretoria, which a complaint is about the 6 members of Crime Intelligence Management who are charged with corruption related to the irregular appointment of Brigadier Mukwele, as per the Brooklyn Case 5426/2025.
And that is the case that I think you unpacked for the commissioners when you were dealing with the bail conditions that were set against General Khumalo, is that correct?
That's correct. Commissioners, as you see, they are charged for a regular appointment, not operations or misuse of funds, crime intelligence, nothing of that sort, but the regular appointment. And they are accusing Brigadier Mkhwanazi for having received gratification, which is the salary that the organization is going to pay her over a period of 12 months. So she's arrested and charged for receiving that salary that she has not received. This team is charged. I'm not going to dwell much into the charge sheet, but what is interesting on this one is that the magistrate then comes with the court ruling that says on the bail condition, they must never enter any premises of crime intelligence in the country. That is the interesting part in relation to this case. That's what strengthened our commitment in terms of fighting the syndicate, that this is a strategy employed by them to make sure that these investigations are stalled. And the people that are playing part here, it's IDEC. With all this expectation from government that IDEC is going to deal with serious cases, but they confine themselves with dealing with labor-related matters, a regular appointment. It is really peculiar indeed, and I really don't understand why will an institution like IDEC that is supposed to be focusing on some serious things that are affecting this country, then they border with cases of this nature. I must say this one was initiated between them and Mr. Adams. It's not that which the minister have referred to them. So they ought to come up with something else. But I guess IDEC is going to be invited to come here before this commission. They are welcome to come and explain themselves as to what I'm bringing before this commission is the fact that is there. I'm not speculating, it is in black and white. So they are just come and explain why they chose this route of dealing with investigations in their offices.
And at paragraph 331, you reference another incident, or once again speaking to retaliatory action. Can you summarize that?
Commissioner, you'll see on that projection, that the slide that I presented, on the top right corner, I circled a few entities. Maybe you can flight it back if you are able to. I circled a few entities.
She's trying to get it up again, yes.
Okay, I circled a few entities. That is just to show, I wanted to indicate to the commission that this is the fighting structure of the people of this cartel that we're investigating. They are using these environments to fight. Of course, they are also using the people that are spreading wrong information and publishing things on the media and speaking loud. Some of people that have got audience in public and speak ill against the crime intelligence. And I'm going to invite, I know maybe it might not be, it's not in my statement, but General Khumalo will talk about it. But I'm aware as part of the management that in the history of all the intelligence performance, that the performance of crime intelligence in terms of the audit for the past 5 years or so, maybe Auditor General South Africa will come and tell you how were things before Khumalo came there and how are things now. It will be interesting to see that. And so you can ask yourself whether is any maladministration or not. I know of properties, I'm not disclosing as to what, but I know properties and the money spent in renting buildings versus the money spent in procurement, but that is subject to another discussion another day. But these are some of the messages that goes out into the public.
In relation then to, our slide has disappeared. I wanted to contextualize what you state at paragraph 331.1 and 331.2. I thought that is why you wanted the slide to be put up.
Yes, Commissioner, what I wanted the slide to be put out is because I'm aware that in December when the team searched Vusmus Matlala's house on the 6th of December, beside the law enforcement having presented themselves there to come and disrupt the operation, there was a case that came subsequent to that, where Vusmus Matlala was coerced to open a case against the team members that they stole his Rolex watches and many other items. So that case was sent to IPID so that IPID can investigate and arrest these members from the team. So that's one of the cases we registered, and there's another case that is sitting in the Eastern Cape, and there are many other cases that have been persuaded against the team members.
And that leads you then to the case at 331.3?
That case of 331.3, commissioners, it said, I did not want to mention this much in public, but I can talk about it now. I had said when I addressed the public on the 6th of July 2025 that there are firearms that have since been linked with multiple murders in Gauteng province. What is heartbreaking for me, Commissioner, is that when these firearms are found and they are sent to forensic service of the South African Police Service, and we'll expect the analyst to produce a report after testing these firearms against the cartridges found, and also against a database of other cartridges that were found in other scenes, so that you can do a comparison whether these firearms are involved in other cases other than this one. Those firearms, when they were tested, the report that came did not compare this firearm with other cases. And yet the investigators had information that the same firearms were used. So when the team came in for the 10 from KZN to assist these investigators, they were able to, because they've got ballistic experts within them, they were able to go and get the analyst who was at home at the time, and they asked him to accompany him to come to the forensic offices. And he gave them firearms. They went and tested these firearms themselves. So when they tested the firearms linked with these other matters. So they came back to the analyst and said, but we want to see your gadget that you used to explain to us why you did not produce the report that say these firearms are linked with other matters. Why did you hide that away? So they came with him to the office so that they can be able to take those gadgets and be able to download to get proof whether did this analyst get the same results they are getting or he got a different result. But after the team did that and they came with a member back to the office to get those gadgets, the senior management in the South African Police Service responsible for forensic encouraged these police officers to go and open a case of kidnapping against the team, because the team forced him to come in and give them the gadgets because they wanted to establish that we are testing these guns, we are getting these positive reports, and you had these firearms in front of you and you did not produce these reports. So I didn't say in the public when I addressed that the linkages of these firearms were actually tested by the PKTT team. They were not tested by forensic in Pretoria who was in possession of these guns, because there was a collusion to hide that evidence. So after this testing, we've seen these cases being rolled in court and people arrested already. And it...
I apologize. In relation to paragraph 3313.
3313.
331.3, yes.
Yes.
You state in respect of that particular officer that he opened a kidnapping case.
Yes.
And you put it under that subject, retaliatory action against the task team. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It happened here that case was opened in retaliation to the efforts of the task team.
That's correct, because the person who was involved did not open the case immediately. We learned that he was coerced to open this case against a team that he was kidnapped. And as a police officer, he was taken to his office to open his office and so that the team can access gadgets. But he claimed kidnapping as a result. Okay. After that, on the day, he went back home. He was not cuffed, he was not doing. He just went to the office and he gave them what they needed and he left. But he was coerced to open a case of kidnapping, which, if it's persuaded by IPID or any other bodies, it's easy for them to arrest the team, like IDEC has done. Arrest the team and put them out of action.
Okay.
If you've explained it, General, you'll forgive me. And why do you say he was coerced?
Commissioner, the team was with this police officer from the time they went and met with him at his residence, and he came with them without any concern into the offices. Some of the seniors even came to join this team at the office. They even offered them lunch. They even bought them lunch. So the relationship between the team and this member and other officers of forensic was a cordial colleagues engagement. I'm not going to say exactly what he said to the team, but he indicated to the team that these firearms are linked with serious cases that he doesn't want to get involved with. So, but later, for this person to now go and open a case back at Luata where he came from, as if he was kidnapped, whereas he came here to Pretoria into his office, we can only conclude that someone influenced him to do that. Because you will have, if he was kidnapped, he could have phoned anyone. He called his commanders to come there. So his commanders were there. And the evidence of kidnapping is something that I believe maybe that's why IPT is not able to effect any arrest on it. But the case was open as a result. So it's part of those things that we are seeing, commissioners, that if these members are arrested, it means this team must stop working. In the Eastern Cape, Brigadier Shabalala from DPCI is also invited to do the same against the members in the Eastern Cape. So there are many cases that have now been registered against the very same Gauteng counterintelligence investigation that is taking place. Well, the first strike was IDEC. So I don't know if the others are going to strike thereafter and come with their own bail condition as well. So, but we are concerned about this. It's me, ministers complain, IPT. It's these members, kidnapping case, IPT. It's these members, promotion of a person, IDEC. So it's the same members that are affected by this. That's why we see there's concerted effort to make sure that there's a frustration of the work of the team in this regard.
Oh, thank you, General. That then brings you to the next topic, if you are done with that one. And here you...
Ms. Lo, you have 331.4.
Yes, Commissioner?
It doesn't have any detail at all, just in case it becomes important somewhere along the line.
Yes.
Are we likely to get further detail, or this is as far as it goes?
We can inquire from the General. I note that that paragraph ends with a sentence, further clarification regarding the details of this case is pending.
Yes.
General, perhaps you may assist the Commissioner.
I just flagged it here, Commissioners, because I know of this case also that affect the very same members of the team. You will recall back then the team was working in the Eastern Cape. So there are cases that looks like they were registered against them in the Eastern Cape. So, but I don't have the details on it. That's why when I conclude my statement, I end it here. But it's a combination of all the cases that comes out as a result of that are affecting these members that are working at this organized crime team.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, we then turn to the next topic in your statement. The heading is allegations against me in the public domain. Could you briefly deal with that?
Commissioners, I know there are many allegations against me in the public domain, which are widely publicized. There are podcast channels that are hosting specific individuals that speak so bad things about me. At least now I know that the Louis Vuitton bag cost how much money. I didn't know until they spoke about me in the media, and I went to ask my wife, what is a Louis Vuitton and how much is it? And I got to learn. I don't want to engage much on it. We know that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, immediately after addressing the nation on the 6th of July, he came on television and he said bad things about me. And it did not start. He's been on this for years, Commissioners. The relationship between him and Shadrack Sibiya is something that's an open secret. So could it be that because I mentioned things about his friend that made him to respond like this? I said, this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is working in the security industry as a security industry person. He once worked at the airport in Johannesburg, and after that, he then opened his own company. I know of, maybe I can put it here, Commissioners, that As I said, I've got informers. The Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police, Mr. Nkabini, used to work for IPIT. He has given me files about the modus operandi in IPIT. And when he used to be there, the role that Mr. Polisman was playing in IPIT. There was a fallout between the two of them. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan does not mince his words when he speaks out there. He just speaks openly. So I don't want to debate what he's saying. I want him to come before this commission and come and argue the things that I've presented in these past 3 days, that everything is a lie. And he must tell me why he says it's a lie. Not to come here and accuse me on something that he cannot substantiate, but if he's got evidence of it, he's welcome to come. It's an open commission, this. He must come here and say, this is what Mkhwanazi has done, this is what Mkhwanazi has done, this is what Mkhwanazi has done. For me, what I can tell you, what we have picked up, we are investigating. I became aware of this, I registered a case. The case is being investigated in KZN. I hope he also pick up things against me, he registers a case being investigated, and you see the outcome of it. There is a professor that I've never met in my whole life, Professor Meriti Haas. This is in academia, a violence crime monitor, analyst in KZN. I expect the learned friends and people that are academians to do research. You do not write something that you did not research. But from what I see, what Meritias publishes most of the time, it's a one-sided story. You hear from a person who tells you the story, you don't investigate, you publish it. I'm going to cite an example, commissioners, as I'm closing on this. The case, the famous case of the murder of a politician at Mzimkhulu in KZN, Sindiso Makapa. General Khumalo at the time was a brigadier. I said when I presented here, General Khumalo used to work under Operational Response Division, coordinating operations. He only arrived at crime intelligence most recently, 2023, if I'm not mistaken. 2022, I think, end of 2022, 23. When these arrests happened back then, he was not anywhere close to crime intelligence. He was a brigadier. He's the one that was leading the team that cracked that investigation of Sindiso Makapa. He's the one that found that the firearm that was used in the murder of Sindiso Makapa and the vehicle that was used in the murder of Sindiso Makapa are the resources that came from crime intelligence. It's Gerald Khumalo that found that. And it's him that caused about at least 30 police officers to be arrested. They were part of this criminality that are happening in KZN involving the murder of politicians and others. But when the professor receives something from Mr. Adams, that Mr. Adams flew from Cape Town to Durban in prison to go and collect it from an arrested person, and the arrested person makes a story that crime intelligence was behind this, therefore it's Khumalo. And they take that, they run with it. They have no clue. The person they're accusing is the same person that made this arrest, but you are accusing that person. Now, you will expect that maybe from Mr. Adams and others, but you don't expect that from a professor. Professor should have said, yes, you're receiving this, let me go and check and verify. Where was Khumalo on this day? When did he start at crime intelligence? What was his role? Who was part of crime intelligence when this thing came? You will have picked up that. So I don't know if she's in South Africa or she's not, but I'll be happy if the commission can invite Meriti Haas to come here. And many others. There are many other people that have got opinions that are making allegations against me in public. I invite them to come here, commissioners, and sit in this chair and present and give me an opportunity to come back and respond to allegations. I'm going nowhere.
Thank you, General. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner?
General, just to go back to what you say about the relationship between General Sibiya and Mr. O'Sullivan, you say it's in the public domain, certainly not to some of us. Lest it be what you've said, lest it be understood, if that was not your intention, to mean there is an improper relationship. Perhaps if you could just say a little bit more about this relationship. Are they familial? Is it professional? What in fact is this relationship you're speaking of?
Commissioner, I cannot talk about the nature of the relationship between the two of them. What I know is what Shadrack Sibiya told me personally, that Paul Sullivan is his friend. He said it with his own words to me. That's why I'm saying, on me going to the media addressing the nation on the 6th, then Paul Sullivan went into the media and accused me. Instead of listening to the message I'm delivering and cause these allegations I'm making to be investigated, he didn't bother. He just fired back almost immediately. So that made me realize that in Zulu will say, "Ushayinja kumuninoai." So I like to believe that perhaps this what I was alleging there somehow links him somehow.
I've not been sworn in to interpret.
Thank you, Chair. That brings us to the end of General Mkhwanazi's testimony at this leg of the commission. As he indicates in his statement, he shall avail himself when called upon to do so by the commission, and should he be required to file a further statement, he has expressed his full intention to do so. Unless commissioners have further questions, that is the testimony of General Mkhwanazi. Thank you, Chair.
General, I don't remember ever being in the witness stand, but to be in the witness stand for 3 days, it must be quite onerous. Thank you very much. And you are excused for now, because there seems to be an indication that you might be recalled, and you yourself also offered to come back and counter whatever allegations may be made by others. So you are excused for now. Thank you very much, General.
Thank you so much. Maybe if I can indicate to the commission that Parliament also invited me. I'm going to be meeting the evidence leaders on Thursday and Friday next week, but the date of the hearing in Parliament I do not know, so I'll hear from them.
Yes. I doubt that you coming back to us will be anything immediate at all. I doubt that. Thank you very much, General. We will resume on Monday at 9:30. Let us adjourn. Thank you very much.